Hi, we're here calling to order the meeting, regular meeting, I'm sorry, it's early meeting of the City Council on January 21st, 2014 at 5 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Edgar, excused absence. He notified staff and council that he would be out of the country. Councilmember Gross.
Here.
Councilmember Kusamoto.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Graham Mejia.
Here. We'll be convening into closed session. And Wendy, if you could read those items for us, please.
The items for tonight are item 3A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, one potential case. And item 3B, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision C of section 54956.9, two potential cases.
Okay, and then we recess into closed session.
No, Madam Mayor, there was no reportable action. Councilmember Edgar, of course, is absent and did not participate, and Councilmember Gross recused himself because of a conflict of interest because he lives within 300 feet of the subject property that we were talking about.
Thank you. We'll bring it back. We're going to go ahead and ask you to stand, do the Pledge of Allegiance, and remain standing for the invocation. Pledge will be given by Richard Murphy and the invocation by myself.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Bow your head. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for living in a free country where we have a voice that can be heard. We thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to our council members here, to have our wishes known. We just ask that the council act on the best behalf of the people and the businesses, and that you watch over all of those who are here tonight. In your name, amen. Please be seated. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do some presentations. You guys want to come on down?
Three. Did you say?
Is that right?
Oh, you said that.
Well, your first one is
Okay. All right. Okay.
We just need to describe her today. We're going to move on to presentations, and the first will be a presentation presented by Marilyn Poe, which highlights the life of Esther Mejia. Thank you, Marilyn, for coming.
Mayor, members of the council, and audience, and community. It's my very great pleasure to be here, and thank you for asking me to come and do this on behalf of the Mejia family. And this is not related to Jerry.
That's
just
right.
family. I'm just going to read what was written because it was beautifully written, and it really covers far better than anything I could say. Esther Mejia passed away peacefully in her Los Alamitos home on December 28, 2013. I will stop right here and state that if you all recall, when we celebrated our 50th anniversary of the incorporation of our city, we started that year's celebration by having Esther come here, and we gave her a certificate because at that time she was the oldest living resident who was actually born in Los Alamitos.
That's cool.
So that was a lot of fun for us to do that, and she appreciated that. She was born on May 1st, 1915, at the corner of Catella and Walnut Streets. That's where Jiffy Lube is right now.
Right.
She moved next door and remained there throughout the rest of her 98 years. Esther vividly remembers attending Laurel School in 1922, a two-story schoolhouse at the corner of Catella and Los Alamitos Boulevard, where she established lifelong friendships with whom she remained close during her life. In 1936, Esther's mother, Lupe Zamarripa, cooked meals for the farmhands who worked for the Bixby Ranch Company, and this is how Esther met her future husband, Refugio. Esther and Refugio married at St. Isidore Catholic Church in 1937 and started their family of 4 daughters, Madeline, Veronica, Eva, and Esther. And they're all here with us this evening with the rest of the clan. She was a proud grandmother of 9 grandchildren, 18 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. A devoted wife and mother, Esther skillfully juggled the many demands of an active family and remained the center of a large and close family. Esther faithfully used her skills, spending countless hours helping in St. Isidore, and was a member of the choir. She later attended Mass regularly at St. Hedwig Church. Esther made it all seem effortless, managing to arrive home in plenty of time to daily make homemade tortillas and serve home-cooked meals, eaten nightly around her kitchen table with everyone present. She was very creative and quite a seamstress, and when the family was younger, she enjoyed sewing for her daughters. Her daughters remember waking up to the sound of the Singer sewing machine. A truddle, I'm sure. Esther also enjoyed knitting beautiful sweaters and blankets for the entire family. She alternated these routines by baking loaves of bread and delicious pies and cakes for everyone to enjoy. Her declining vision and advanced age did not allow her to continue her hobbies. Having lived in Los Alamitos during her entire life, Esther was a witness to the many changes of the city of Los Alamitos. She was blessed with an incredible memory and was relied upon by many people as a verbal historian of the city. The sugar beet factory, the Old Orange Hotel, the local general store, and rural life at the time. Esther's life of 98 years allowed her to experience the transition from rural and agricultural farmland to the introduction of automobiles, radio, television, technology, and other life-changing urban developments. Esther was predeceased by her husband, Jose Refugio Mejia, and her parents, Refugio Navarro and Guadalupe Zamarripa. She is survived by her daughters, Madeline Espinoza, Veronica Nuguer, Eva Mejia Hiltz and her son-in-law Tom, Esther Murphy and her son-in-law Bruce. She is also survived by her adoring grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and a great-great-grandchild. In addition to her daughters and grandchildren, Esther is survived by her brothers Joseph, Arthur, Stanley, who everyone calls Pingo, and Alex, and her sister Nadine. The family is most grateful for the loving care provided by her caregivers, Domi, Yolanda, Carmen, and Raquel. All of Esther's family and friends will miss her dearly and cherish the memories. In lieu of flowers, the family did ask that donations be made to St. Isidore Historical Plaza in her name. As a young girl going to school with Eva, we went to school together from first grade through high school, graduated together, and we're still great friends. My memories of going to the Mejia home was that you were just made one of the family. That was the way it was. And with your patience, unfortunately, 2 days after Esther passed away, we lost another longtime resident, Frank De Leon. He was also born and raised in Los Alamitos, lived on Ranger. He passed away at 87. Frank poured and finished most of the concrete sidewalks and driveways in Old Town East and Old Town West and much of Carrier Row. He helped build the baseball fields at St. Hedwig and did much of the concrete work at St. Isidore. Another of the early members of our community who made it what it is today. And while they both have long, wonderful lives, and we all, those that lived in Los Alamitos for as long as many of us have, we know that they were the ones that paved the way for the lovely place that we have to live today. So we have a lot to be thankful for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to say thank you to Marilyn for coming and giving that, that wonderful life explanation. And I'm glad that you spoke about Frank also. That came to my attention. I was going to mention it. So at the end of the meeting, we'll be closing in both of their memories. But what I want to say to both families is that I've had the benefit of knowing both families, and they have a great respect for each other, and they have a life of service. And to the families, your lost one's legacy is you children and your children. And I just want to say they couldn't have had a better hope for what they would leave behind. And so for your loss, I'm so very sorry, but we do love and embrace you. Thank you.
You have the family stand up.
Yes, if maybe we could have the family stand up. There's several of them. And Doug, if we could get a shot of that. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and move on to the presentations. We have one for Ronnie Jordan, a certificate of recognition for the varsity volleyball team. I'm sorry, the girls volleyball team that were the 2013 champions. And then also a presentation by May Catuli, a proclamation for the North Orange County Regional Occupation Program representative for Career and Technical Education Month. That's a mouthful. So we're going to go ahead and step forward. Thank you. First, I'd like to ask for Ronnie Jordan and his wife to come forward, please. All right. And then I'd like to ask the Wickstrom family to please come up, because they were very instrumental in us being aware of this wonderful actions that Ronnie and his family have taken to help others. Ronnie Jordan has dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice and bringing hope to the people of Israel through assistance with urgent and practical needs. He led a group of Cottonwood Church volunteer missionaries to Israel to raise money, donate blood, and assist in renovating a bomb shelter to help protect lives of Israeli citizens. He is a dedicated volunteer and philanthropist who has given generously of his time, experience, and financial resources to make a difference in the lives of individuals. As well, the quality of life in his community and Israel. And I just wanted to say, you know, very, very rarely do we get to have someone who is an international philanthropist, and not only that, but someone who sacrifices his own to protect others. And so we just wanted to ask you to put together a hand for Ronnie and his family.
I just want to say shortly that you can be very proud of your city and with Cottonwood Church. Israel is a tiny place that's under constant threat and attack, and the town we work at is 3 miles from the Lebanese border. And the good people from Cottonwood, Los Alamitos, showing up and showing them love and concern, it encourages and gives them a lot of hope in very difficult times. So thank you so much.
Here you go. Thank you. Thanks so much. Debbie, would you like to say something? We have the Wickstrom family. They all went collectively together to go and help build a bomb shelter to protect those who are under a constant siege. So if we could, I'd like to go ahead and have Danny share a little bit of what they went through.
Yeah. So it was amazing getting to go and work in this shelter and be a part of the lives of the families that are there and be able to help them and pour into their lives in a practical way. And I'm just grateful for Ronnie. He never, always takes the time to talk to you one-on-one, and is such an amazing leader. And in everything that we do, in every relationship with the people in the buildings, he gives everything. And it was just something that's so amazing to be a part of, and I just feel blessed to be a part of it. So.
Well, and what a great role model for our youth. And so thank you so much for coming tonight. We really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, young man. Next, we have a presentation of a certificate of recognition to the Los Alamitos High School girls volleyball team for 2013 championships. First, I'd like to invite up the coaches. We have Dave Huber. All right. Mike Whitcomb. It's just you today? All right, well, we got the tallest guy, so that's what counts. All right, and so what we'd like to do is we'd like to invite the girls up. They had a successful season where they won championships for Sunset League, CIF Southern Section, and Southern California Regionals, and that is an amazing accomplishment. If you've been involved in the youth programs around here, that is no easy task. So what we'd like to do is we're going to have you, so we don't make the mistake of reading anyone's name wrong, we'll go ahead and have you read the names, and we'll have the kids come up.
You want me to just read the name?
Sure. Sure, that's right.
Go ahead and introduce some of our seniors. Kelsey Osgood. Riley Hunt. Chrissy Jones. Jasmine Hogan. Maddie May. Ryan Hale. And two sophomores, Kylie Osgood and Julia Patterson.
Why don't you go ahead and invite up the two school board members, because they're instrumental in all of what you do.
Absolutely. Ladies?
Diana Hill and Meg Patulli.
Just take a second to thank everyone for the recognition, and have a group of girls that are very deserving of the recognition. This is a nationally ranked and nationally recognized program, and I have a group of kids that came in from the very first day and said, we want to be the best and nothing else is acceptable. So to say that and to know the amount of work that goes into that, and also you have to be willing to risk failure, and they were, and they put themselves out there and were able to achieve something great as a team, and they'll be that much better for it for the rest of their lives for having this experience. So very proud of these young ladies, and again, thank you for the support.
You know, having gone to Los Alamitos High School myself and being involved in competitive things over there, I know that the one thing that you all share is heart, because you don't get to be a championship team without, you know, bleeding red, white, and blue. So I'll just go ahead, and if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to get a picture, and maybe we can have the council go up behind. All right, Dean. Not behind the tall kids that we got. Maybe we should have done it the other way. Here, Dean, let me stand on your shoulder. No, you guys are fine. It's about you. It's about you. Oops, sorry, hon. No, that's okay. There you go.
Okay, everybody say champs.
Champs. I hope you enjoy your certificates. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, especially you little sophomores. I know that you guys have got a couple more years. Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Meg, you just stay with us. Congrats. Okay. All right.
I have to follow the volleyball team.
I know. They couldn't even see me back behind there. So we were going to invite Meg to come up, but she's here already. So we're going to go ahead and provide this proclamation. And if you could, Meg, tell us a little bit about the program.
Certainly. I am here because February is Career Technical Education Month.
one of my adjunct duties of being on the LaSalle School Board is that I'm also on the board for the North Orange County Regional Occupational Program, which is a mouthful and a big acronym, which basically means it's our career technical ed. And we're in a consortium with 5 other school districts. We are in with the Anaheim Union, Fullerton Joint, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Brea, and LaSalle. And together we work to provide career technical education to our students. In LaSalle, we have approximately 744 students enrolled in ROP classes, and when you realize that they're targeted for just juniors and seniors, and we have about 3,300 kids, we really have a high percentage of our upper grade classmen who participate in ROP. We have 26 sections, which means 26 classes. It could be the same class taught more than once, but there are 26 classes of ROP that you can take, and I'm not going to be able to list all of them. I know I will end up forgetting them, but we have everything from entrepreneurship to accounting to early childhood education. We have a preschool on our campus, and if you want to have 2 adults to 1 child, that's the place to bring them. We have master teachers and aides, and then the students who help with the preschoolers. We have video photography classes where kids are making PSAs and things like that. We have digital animation. We also have sports medicine, and if you're really good at your sports medicine, you get to maybe tape up some of the volleyball players when they hurt their ankles, because that's what volleyball players do when they jump up to block and they land on someone's foot. And we also have first responders and classes like that, and that's if you're interested in becoming either a fireman, policeman, or going into being a paramedic or something. And the whole idea behind career technical ed is when you're in high school to get an idea of what you like. You think you want to do this. Well, take an intro class. You might find out that you absolutely love it, and you might find out that this is not for you. I always say that's good information either way. You don't want to continue on after high school and either go into a certificated program like an LVN or CNN or something like that, and then find out that you don't like touching people, blood makes you sick, and you just don't want to do this. You're better off finding that out beforehand. But by the same token, it can open a door and a passion for something that you didn't realize that you really loved. So I really appreciate, I also want to introduce Linda Skipper, who is in the back row. She is the administrative educational specialist, and she is the one who is in charge of LaSalle High School. And this is something that we're really really committed to. It's so important in today's society. We need to have an educated population who continue to bring our society forward. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to have a bachelor's degree, but it pretty much means now that whatever you're going to do after you graduate from high school, you need some post-high school education, some kind of a program to further get you going in your career and in your life. And so I really appreciate the support that the council shows us. This is one of the most important things we do at LaSalle, and I just really thank you so much for your recognition. Thank you. Thank you.
Why don't we have her come up so that okay, Linda? Okay. It's pretty. It is very pretty. We do a good job. You guys do.
Everybody smile and say, ROP!
Shelley's heard me say that many times. That's why she gets to do that. Okay.
All right, thank you for coming. I apologize. All right, we'll go ahead.
All right, we'll give everyone a little time to filter out. We'll be going ahead and moving on to oral communications. Anyone who would like to speak on any item on the agenda in the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council, remarks are to be limited to not more than 5 minutes per speaker, and we ask that when you come and speak to the council that you address the council as a whole and not individually. I have a couple of cards. Can we have Candy Drucker come forward, please? Hi, Candy.
Hi, council members, Madam Mayor. It was kind of interesting to listen to the whole story about Esther Mejia, and they talked about St. Isidore a lot. And as you know, I'm on the board for St. Isidore Historical Plaza, and it's been in the paper a lot lately about the purchase agreement we have with the Diocese in St. Hedwig. So we're really excited about that, but after this agreement comes to an end and we're in escrow, then of course we have to pay for it. So we're starting with our fundraisers, which we have had fundraisers now for several years. And our next fundraiser is going to be February 8th, and we're having Monte Carlo night at the Plaza. And all of our board members are involved in trying to get this ready. It'll be our first one, so we're hoping for a good turnout. We do have a lot of wonderful prizes. We're going to have opportunity drawings and a silent auction and some door prizes. And it is a casino night, so there'll be some blackjack tables and some a roulette wheel, and of course Texas Hold'em.
All right.
So we're just spreading the word, and we're hoping that we can get the support of the people of the community, because without your support we won't be able to do the preservation, because we do want to protect, preserve, and purchase St. Isidore. So it's February the 8th. We will be serving, you'll be, with your purchase, with your ticket, $40 for members, $45 for non-members. You'll get a drink coupon, casino money, and coupon eligible for the door prize. So, and then we're going to have a lot of opportunity prizes that you can, once you win in your play money gambling, you can purchase tickets with that. So you've all been to them. So I'm hoping, yeah, oh yeah, we'll have a lot of food too. We're having food, Pervasive's helping us with the food, and their food is great, and we'll have cheese platters and desserts and stuff too. So we're hoping we'll see all of you here at the event. And we'll continue. We're going to start back with the food trucks events in March, and because we have to have a continuous fundraisers, of course. We'll probably do something for Cinco de Mayo. We're doing a tea in March as well. We're doing the Cinco de Mayo, and then we'll be doing a wine tasting in June. So hopefully people will come to some events just to help us purchase it. And if it's okay, can I leave these on the back table?
Sure.
These are just some flyers for the event if anybody's interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Candy. We've been to some of those events, and they are very fun, and it's a good time. So I would encourage anybody who's interested to reach out to St. Isidore's and get those tickets.
Minimum age.
Candy, I'm sorry, is there a minimum age for people to attend?
Well, I think you have to be 21 to gamble, so yes.
Okay.
On our other event, on this event only, our other events, it's almost all ages, and I wish the high school kids were still here, because I was going to say we're always looking for volunteers, for people that want community service hours to help us set up tables, and if we have an event to pick up dirty dishes and things like that. So if you know of anybody, just contact St. Isidore.
Well, Diana Hill's right back there, so that's the girl
We
you
are
can talk
looking
to.
for volunteers all the time, and
Okay.
it's great. And also older volunteers. We need more people to help us with our event planning.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to call up Diana Hill.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Graham Mejia.
Thank you.
And Council. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I do not have my district hat on. I have my sugar beet hat on. Thank goodness I don't really have one. So I, myself and Mr. Strother, wherever he went, came to speak this evening to talk about the planning for the second annual Southland Credit Union Sugar Beet Festival and Sugartown Challenge. So we're really excited to be able to go forth with the second year. This year's festival will be held on June 7th, and we've really agonized over that date. We're really trying to pick a date that works really well for the whole community. And we are hoping to be able to move the venue to Laurel Park for a variety of reasons. One, it would give it greater exposure. It's just such a lovely venue as well, and so that's what we're looking to do. It will run from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It'll start with the Sugartown Challenge, which, if you remember from last year, was a challenge challenge run. So it really was a family fun run, and the tickets that were sold, the money that was raised from that went to help awareness of local nonprofits and school groups. We had over 30 participants last year that were nonprofits and school groups, and we hope to really increase that number again this year. So a couple of highlights from last year. It started with the challenge run, and which was started in the festival area, and we'd like to do that again this year, through Old Town Los Alamitos, and then through a great part of our town where there's a lot of businesses that I think a lot of people were really unfamiliar with, one being Trend Offset Printing, who shut down their operations so that we could run through their plant, and they have graciously said that they'd be happy to do that again this year. So I think that was really brought a lot of visibility to businesses that a lot of people weren't familiar with. Also, Mr. Strother himself brought in 7 tons of sugar beets, and there hadn't been sugar beets here since 1926. So that was really exciting. Don't plan on bringing quite 7 tons this year, I don't think. But we will have sugar beets. We had a sugar beet cooking contest. We had music from local groups. We also had performances from our award-winning choir, as well as youth dance groups. We had a sugar baby contest, and I do believe, Madam Mayor, that one of your relatives won that contest.
It was big. No, I'm just joking.
We also were really honored to have a lot of local officials. I believe all of you were there, as well as city council members from Seal Beach, also from the school district, and then also U.S. Congressman Lowenthal was there as well. Over 40 vendors, a joy zone for kids, food trucks. The transporter from the port came and showed us what really happens down at the port. And then we finished the day at St. Isidore's Plaza. So there was a lot of music continued there into the evening. So that's a lot of what we did last year, and we really plan to utilize a lot of that structure again this year. We'd like to also propose some additions. We're looking at expanding the race route a little bit, and both the chief and the city manager have been given a map, and we're beginning the process of talking through that and seeing how that'll work.
Great.
We also are going to have a photography contest that's going to be headed by Shelley Hasselbrink, who's on our committee. And then a Miss Sugar Beet contest, and then Friday night activities, as well as perhaps a pancake breakfast associated with a local nonprofit. So those are some of the things that we want to do to expand it this year. If any nonprofit is interested, any nonprofit at all can sell tickets for the challenge run, and not only do they raise funds, but they also raise awareness, and they can get a booth at the festival itself. And you can go to the website, which is sugarbeetfestival.com, and get more information and vendor forums as well. And then we are really honored that Southland once again said that they would be our title sponsor. So we're very, very fortunate about that. Race registration will open up on February 21st, so that is the Friday right before Race on the Base. And we're just really excited to hold this in Los Alamitos, but we really do want to encompass.
That's okay, you can finish.
Oh, thank you. I've never gone over time. We really do want to incorporate the bigger community, so the East Long Beach, West Orange County, which is Seal Beach, Rossmore, and Cypress, and our local historian and my co-chair, Mr. Strother, told me today that I did not know that that area that I just mentioned really was where the Rancho Los Alamitos is, and that's really where this, part of that historical context comes from. So, are there any questions that I can answer at the moment?
The date one more time, please.
The date one more time? June 7th.
And the hours, Diana, just so that if anybody's watching and is interested.
Pardon me, the website again?
The hours.
The hours would be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay.
And then as far as your flyers, they said for the fun run, it'll come out, registration starts on the
21st of February,
Okay.
But there's information on the website already, and we will be graciously going to be at Race on the Base, so we're excited about that as well.
Great.
I just want to add one thing, because
Sure.
I've already asked a couple questions back here. although we want to start at Laurel Park, we're still going to go through Old Town Los Alamitos, because that was a really popular feature last year. So we'd start and finish at Laurel, run through Los Al Elementary, do a couple things in McCullough Field, then cross the street right there, right where the Trent entrance is, and you'd still go into Trent and do pretty much hit every single thing we did last year, because a lot of the businesses like getting exposure over there by where Snow Biggie is, and over there now where Beach Fitness is, and Surf Speedy, and those people liked having the people go through it and make their people aware of their businesses. So that will still be part of it. We'll still go through Old Town, so we're not deserting the area.
Perfect, perfect. And for the record, this is Larry Strothers. He is the chair of the Sugar Beet. Is that not correct? Co-chair. I apologize, Stein. All right, well, thank you
I know who
very
to work with, so stuff gets done.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, and it's a great event.
All right, thanks a lot.
Shelley Henderson?
Hello, I'm Shelley Henderson, and if it's January, it must be getting ready for festival season. I am here for two reasons. First of all, as a business owner in Los Alamitos, I want to encourage everybody to investigate a brand new business in town right next door to Orange County Breeze World Headquarters at 11122 Los Alamitos Boulevard. Spin Neapolitan Pizza is finally open for business, and I went there for lunch. I am gluten intolerant. You can get every single one of their pizzas on gluten-free crust. Oh my gosh, it's good. So, they also have more than pizza. They have salads and sandwiches, and they have wine. So go check it out. I am totally impartial, except for the fact that I think their pizza tastes great. Then the second thing that I wanted to talk about real quick was, dun dun dun, the Cypress Festival. I am again chair of the Cypress Community Festival, and as a neighbor of Los Alamitos, I want to be neighborly and invite residents of Los Alamitos to participate in not only attending the festival, but getting everything ready for the festival. So if you are interested in helping to get everything ready for the festival, please check out cypressfestival.com and let us know that you want to help. The Cypress Festival Committee meets the third Wednesday of every month, right up until the month before, and then we start getting frantic and meeting every week. So please, don't wait till the last minute. We love volunteers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Shelley.
When is the festival?
It is the last Saturday of July.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on any item? Please state your name for the record.
J.M. Ivler. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. In a hypothetical, if I were going to be building a website for the city to handle the building permits, and I built it, and every time a building permit came in, it sent a notice, and then somebody else put a building permit and came in, it just overwrote the first record. That most likely wouldn't be what you wanted. You would most likely want to be able to maintain records, and so you would most likely litigate against me to build it right, or build it over, or give you the money back because I didn't do what you wanted. In a less hypothetical, we actually had a situation in town where Los Al was fixed, Los Al Boulevard was fixed, and it flooded. And the city went back and said to the person who did it, you owe us the money back, you didn't do the job. So I was watching the closed sessions when you went into closed session to discuss what I thought was a major issue, which was the fact that the trash hauler came to the city council and said, we want to increase rates, and you said no. And they went and increased the rates anyways. And I was waiting for you guys to come out and say, okay, we're gonna fight to keep your rates down because we said no and they have to do it. And then I went and read the contract, and I'm not an attorney, nor do I play one in this council chamber. But it did say that they had to request the rate increase. It didn't say you had to approve it. that looks to me like somebody didn't do their job right. So I was kind of hoping that somewhere along the way, like you would come after me if I didn't build your website right, like you went after the person who was contracted to do the Los Al Boulevard and successfully got the money back. I was sort of hoping that the Los Alamitos City Council would say to the former city attorney, excuse me, you clearly did not do what we wanted you to do because we couldn't protect the people. You forgot that little word that they would come and request and get approved. And that is a failure of this contract, and we would like our money back. We want you to give us the money back. We paid you to write a contract that doesn't do what we want it to do. Just like you would come after me for software. Just like you came after on Los Al Boulevard when it flooded. It's part of making sure that the people you hire to do the job you hired them to do. And I really would appreciate it if the council would at least discuss how we're going to get the money back for a contract that was written that wasn't written well and did not protect the citizens of Los Alamitos. I'd like to thank you very much for your time this evening, and I would look forward to a response, and I will, of course, ask this in writing as well.
All right, thank you very much. City Manager, can we make sure that we get back to Mr. Ivler? I'm sure we have a contact number for him. Answer those questions to the best of our ability. Anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close oral communications and move on to Register of Major Expenditures. Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edgar, excused absence. Councilmember Gross.
Yes.
Councilmember Kusamoto.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Graham Mejia.
Aye. Passes with a 4-0 vote. Moving on to the consent calendar. All consent items can be acted on as one motion unless a council member requests separate action on a special item. Does anyone on the council choose to pull any of these items? Dean, what would you like to pull?
I'd like to pull E, H, and I.
All right. Hold on just a moment. E, H, and I. Anyone else?
I'd like to pull F and G.
Well, that looks like almost everything. Anyone making a motion to move the remainder?
I'll move the balance.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? None, seeing none. Motion passes. So we'll move on to the first item, E, which is a letter of agreement to participate in the 800 megahertz migration project. Can we get a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This item is before you to seek approval for the city manager to enter into a letter of agreement to participate in 800 megahertz migration project. This is a project, a Orange County radio system, which the City Council has received several updates over the last year plus, and the county is migrating to a 700 megahertz system, and they are looking for a commitment from the 34 Orange County cities to have the city manager sign this letter. I wanted to put it in front of the City Council to just be able to give you an update, seek approval from the council, and answer any questions that you may have. What's included in the staff report, the fiscal impact section, it does move. It is dynamic. Right now, you have schedules that are included for fiscal year 14-15, which include an approximate $8,845. That's $8,200, just over that, for the city of Los Alamitos, and $572 for the city's share of Westcom, which is 24.4% of their total cost. That $8,273 should be fixed fairly closely fixed at this point. The $572 may fluctuate as we get additional information from the 3 Westcom cities that are participating. There has been a recommendation from one of the cities to spread the costs of it's about $720,000, which is the Westcom portion. The city of Los Alamitos portion is 24.4% of that. That would be over 4 years, so that could be evenly spread over 4 years, but we will give updates to the council and get feedback from the council as we enter into the budget process moving forward. So that's the staff report, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Great, let's bring it back to the council. Dean, you pulled this item. Would you like to ask some
I
questions?
did, and I've discussed with staff already some of my concerns, and what I'd like to do is discuss those with council and then let you guys kind of weigh in on part of this in terms of the recommendation. I have concerns about signing a letter that we're going to play in this game, and we don't know how much it's going to cost. And we have no funding source or funding stream to do that. So I think we're putting the city's financial obligations on the line. There's 34 cities, and in my discussion with staff, none of the cities have pushed back at all. This program was started in 2000, I believe, when we went to the 800 megahertz system that had a lifespan which was supposed to end in 2015. They've now decided that they can extend it to 2018, which is when they want to put the 700 megahertz system in place. It's quite evident we don't have any choice if we intend to stay in the business of police services. We're going to have to participate and move forward, but we have no funding mechanism, and we're looking at having to come up over the next 3 to 4 years the money to pay for this. Now, the concern that I have is this city has made decisions in the past and been accused of not thinking down the road. And so if we have $800,000 approximately, which is the figure been used roughly that's going to be the city's cost, in 15 years, we're going to have to come up with $800,000 again. And much like we do with the vehicle fund, the garage fund as it's referred to, and much like we do with the technology fund for computers and so on, we set aside money on a regular basis in order to have replacement money down the line. That wasn't done in the year 2000. And so here we are faced 15 years later to have to come up and pay a bill that we don't have any money on. And so if we're going to move forward, and again, as I said, in my discussions with staff, we don't really have much choice. If we're going to move forward, I think that the city needs to look at the expenditure that's being made. It's probably going to be broken out over the next 3 or 4 years, but we need to tighten our own belts and make sure that the council coming down the road after us in another 15 years has some money available to replace this commodity. And so while we're approving, and I'll move to approve this action, while we're approving it today, as part of our budgeting process moving forward, you know, I've talked to staff, I really think it's prudent for us to have staff set aside money rather than waiting and not having anything there. And so I'd like that recommendation given, and I think staff kind of understands, but I want the weigh-in of the rest of my colleagues in the process so that we're looking in the future, not just simply passing something on that somebody else has to deal with. And all that. Yeah.
Thank you. Warren, anything?
Well, I do appreciate Councilmember Gross bringing this forward, and I do favor the idea of earmarking some funds in future budgets for the replacement, because as we all know, technology kind of changes the Moore's Law half-life of what you had is really shorter and shorter the more time moves on. So I do agree with Councilmember Gross, and I know we have to do this. It's just I think we're kind of forced in that one, but I think we knew about this. It would have been, I guess, better if we had budgeted along the way. But times being what they were, difficult economic times, it does make it difficult. Luckily, I don't think it's going to break us, but I think we just need to plan ahead for the future councils.
Thank you. Richard, anything?
I agree with Dean. I also think it's a great example that what happens when you push off decisions that aren't easy, but they're really necessary, and in the future we should be doing that.
Okay,
Thank
is that it? I agree. Future planning financially is definitely a benefit to the city in the first couple of years. And Dean knows we had to make real severe cuts. So I think staff, you have the idea of what the council is hoping for coming at these new budget meetings, and we can implement that when we get to that point. I have a motion to pass. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second with Richard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion passes. Item F, request for temporary sign permit at address 10881 Reagan Street. Warren, you pulled this. Do you want to go ahead and take the lead?
Sure, I'd like to hear the staff report on this one.
Community Development Director Steve Mendoza, give the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Staff has received an application for a temporary sign permit for a nonprofit to advertise for 20 years of service. The code specifically states that section 17.28.120E of the zoning ordinance states that nonprofits may be granted a permit for 30 days per occurrence unless extended by the director. 30 days is great, but 365 days makes me uncomfortable making that decision. So we take this to the city council, so the city council can provide us a feedback if they want city staff to allow such a thing to go so far beyond the 30 days. This was done a couple of years ago for the same charity, Precious Life, and so we just wanted to make sure that council was in on that decision before we made that decision.
Great. Well, we appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to council. Warren, would you like to go first on this?
Yes. So on this one, Stephen, when the not the Precious Life when they asked for it, but before there was some businesses on Los Al Boulevard that asked for a waiver of the sign ordinance, the limitation, the barbecue place, and that was in 2009 September, I think, was granted, and it was a year long. We just waived the sign. Jim Dandy Barbecue?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of the same thing, right?
This is a different section of the code we're using. This is the special section for nonprofits. This isn't a business, so I wouldn't rely upon the section for businesses or commercial development.
But the section for business is 45 days. I think that's the difference.
30 days, 3 incidents a year. So a business technically could have 90 days a year, but we try to get them to spread it out.
But the decision there, I think, that was presented to the council, the then council, I wasn't on there at the time, I think was tasked for the entire year. And that was passed by resolution.
I don't think so. I don't think it
I
was a full
don't
year.
recall that, to be honest with you. I don't recall the Jim
Okay.
Dandy Barbecue application process.
But, okay, so my question is, in that instance, did they go to the planning commission first? And then did they appeal it up to the council, or did they just come right to the council?
If somebody applied for a variance, officially through a variance would go to the planning commission, and then if appealed, it would go to the city council.
Okay.
A variance isn't required in this case. It allows the director to make the decision, but the director is uncomfortable with making a decision so far beyond the 30 days.
Okay, but you wouldn't go to the planning commission on this one?
No, I wouldn't, because it doesn't state that the director, it doesn't state that a variance is required for it. It says the director has the authority. And the director would normally make authority for something maybe at 60 days. But this is quite a distance away from what the director's authority is. And wanted to make sure we include the city council in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Dean?
Our recommendation from the department, which I would assume is Mr. Mendoza, is to go ahead and approve it. This is not on a business thoroughfare. It's in the what we often refer to as the nonprofit row over there, and I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, Richard?
No, I agree with the decision.
Okay. For myself, having worked in Los Alamitos for a great deal of my life, I've been at facilities that requested to have banners for an extended period of time because they were trying to generate business in a tough economy. And while, Steve, I understand what you're saying, that this is not the same, that it's not applicable, I have a difficult time for the fact that many times we've told businesses they could not extend those banners even though they felt that they needed them. So to give an extension for a year, to me, doesn't seem as though we're showing consistency throughout the community. I wouldn't be opposed to a smaller amount of time because we've allowed that for the businesses, but for me, I think that we need to be fair, we need to be above board, and we can't give the presumption or the appearance that there's some kind of favoritism being played. So for me, I personally think that an extension of a year is just far too long. And so with that, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council, but council, please remember that there have been businesses who have been told, no, they can't have this, and that was for economic stimulus. And in this case, it's merely to state that, you know, they've been successful for 25 years, and while that's a great thing and they provide a great service for this community, I think we need to be fair and consistent throughout this community. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Anybody have a motion?
I'll move the approval as recommended by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Well, I'd like to, so now we have a motion, I'd like to go one more round of discussion if I may, so.
All right. Bring it back to the council.
Okay, so based on the motion, I do understand what the celebration that Precious Life wants to embark on. And I think, correct me, Stephen, you said that this has happened before in a prior celebration, the 20th, I think?
Yeah, the facility and the store had different anniversary dates. So a couple of years ago, it was one of the other.
And that was a year-long as well?
Yeah.
And how was that approved?
The same method that we're using tonight.
Okay, and then, okay. And when other businesses, I'll say profit-making businesses, people that are, you know, livelihoods are depending on earning and you know, foot traffic and what have you, how have we treated them? And again, I'm trying to remember back to that whole signage on Losell Boulevard.
As you know, the nonprofits have 30 days automatically by code. The businesses have 30 days events by code, so the businesses already have a more permissive allowance than the nonprofits do. If a business came to me and wanted to have something longer, I would have them require a variance because that's what the code states regarding.
So if they wanted to go perhaps a year, then they can actually ask for a variance and go before the planning
Yeah, I
commission.
certainly
and then-
wouldn't deny someone's opportunity to do that process and go through that process, and they would follow through that process, yes.
Okay, and the one thing that one of the businesses, this is a couple of years ago, and they didn't contact me again, but they had asked about the signage. They wanted to put banners out in front of their business on Losell Boulevard, and apparently they were getting cited. So we do enforce the sign ordinance, right?
Flags and banners that stray out in your parking lot are not permitted in our code. What is allowed when you have a temporary banner is something hanging from your storefront.
Okay.
Proportionally to your storefront. It's not allowed off the storefront.
Okay, so, and then I recall, I think the discussion back in 2009 was about those fan-blown stick figures that would wave all, those are the things that had a lot of chuckles and a lot of discussion, but those are certainly not one that we would allow, right?
No, we don't have a big problem with that. We have a problem with the flags lately.
Okay.
Yeah, on back of trucks in front of businesses.
In
or
the parkways and that type of thing? And those are the ones that are not, they're not permitted?
They're not permitted in the code at all.
Okay. And those are the ones I think that some of these, you know, for-profit businesses wanted to put up, and I think that's how I understood it. Okay. Okay, I think I have enough information.
Councilmember Gross, anything else?
Oh, I would just encourage my colleagues to support this because I think the nonprofit in the community, it's hanging a banner on their property heralding the fact that they've been here for 25 years and they do a tremendous service for the clientele that they serve. I kind of look that it's more an apples and oranges debate because it's not a storefront on a main thoroughfare that's going to have a factor. So I would encourage us to support it.
Okay, great. Richard, anything?
Actually, I thank Warren for his questions, because I think that that's an important distinction, that we don't allow the other, and this is a lot less intrusive. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to go ahead and stick with what I had said before. Stephen, Councilmember Kuzumoto asked you if a business came and wanted to post a banner up for a year, would you be willing to, have you granted that in the past? And
Me, I don't have the authority to.
okay. So then it would have to come to us, and we would have to grant it, or the Planning
It
Commission?
would first go to the Planning Commission, and unless appealed or called up for review, it would stop at the Planning Commission.
Okay, so historically, in your tenure, have we granted a year?
I actually don't have the records on my fingertips, I'm sorry.
Okay, but to your recollection?
For a business?
Yes, for a business.
I couldn't say. I don't think I've brought a variation from the signed code for a year-long banner. Usually a business wants to celebrate a special event, a grand opening, or their lack of having permanent signage. They usually cure that lack of permanent signage by then.
Okay. Now, in the instance that a business wants to come forward and appeal, what's the cost on that?
An appeal of a variance would be about $1,000.
Okay. So you could see where that would be cost prohibitive for a business to come forward and appeal to the council to ask for an extension for their banner. And I would just like to reiterate, this is apples to apples, because when the community sees what's happening and they see that, you know, businesses are not allowed to have this opportunity and other entities are, to them it gives the appearance that there's a favoritism being played there. And all I'm trying to do is make sure that we're even and straight across the board with everyone who's involved. So I'll go ahead and call for a vote. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And opposed? No. Motion passes 3-1. And the next item that was pulled was item G by Councilmember Kusamoto, developer deposit with Highland Point Park Partners. And could we have a staff report on that just briefly, Stephen?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, Highland Point Partners has filed an application, several applications, a general plan amendment, zoning ordinance amendment, site plan review, a specific plan, and the necessary California Environmental Quality Act review that is required for such a project to process the development on a vacant 2.1 acre site on Los Alamitos Boulevard, more commonly known as the Lou Webb property. It used to be a car dealership many years ago. In order to facilitate the application, the city is required to receive a deposit from the developer in order to pay for the necessary CEQA work and any other special consultants or any other time of our city engineer or city attorney to make sure that the general public is not paying for the process related to this application. With that deposit, we would then again hire a previously approved CEQA expert and also a contract planner to facilitate the application, dedicated to the application process, working under staff, much like the Olson project that we did, and then also much like the medical center project that we did. Again, the contract planning staff would work under us. We've asked for a deposit of $94,000 to pay for all of these expenses in full. Any of the expenses not used would be refunded to the applicant, and we have received that check. That check is in your staff report. Evidence of that deposit is already on file, along with all the signed agreements. Approval of this is no indication of support or non-support of the application by either staff or the City Council. It's just the opportunity to process the application to make sure we have the resources to do so.
Okay, great. I'm going to bring it back to the council, and Warren, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do with this item is I would like to hold it over until Councilmember Edgar is here. I think that this is a big decision. This property's been vacant for quite some time. We'll be changing the zoning in order to permit this, and so I think with his comments with regards to the development of our arteries when we spoke about Grateful Hearts, that I would really like for him to be here to weigh in on this before we move forward. So I don't know if I can get a support of the council on that, but that would be my recommendation.
That's fine.
Warren pulled it.
Well, that's okay. We can still, as a council, decide to hold this off until,
I'd like to hear why Warren pulled it.
okay,
Well,
cool.
I think, yeah, I want to get some questions out there, but I'm considering what the mayor is saying, so maybe I can ask some more generic questions, not specific to the project, but in terms of just the whole timing of this, city manager and planning director. So what is the urgency of this if we wait for the next meeting, and perhaps we get agendized?
There is no sense of urgency on our part. The sense of urgency would be on the applicant's process. He's still working on his traffic studies, noise studies, and supplemental studies to get to us. We just want to make sure we have the consultants on board when those are delivered to us.
Okay. So I think in light of what Mayor Mejia brings up, and with respect, really out of respect for Councilmember Edgar, I think he should weigh in on this one. Would it be possible to have it on our next? We do have some meetings coming up, right? That are out of like a special. Is it okay to agendize it for that? I mean, it would beat all that.
Staff has no objection whatsoever.
Yeah, we could agendize it for either January 27th or February 3rd, and I believe all the council members will be available for those two meetings. So we get added to the agenda.
Okay. Does that meet with the will of the council, and if so, what's the process, Wendy, for us to, are we just pulling the item?
And pull the item and direct the staff which meeting you would like it on, January 27th or February 3rd.
All right, well, I'll bring it back to the council. I think that we should, in the interest of getting the information back to the applicant as quick as possible, that we agendize it for the first meeting possible with Mr. Edgar here.
27th.
So that would be the 27th?
January
Okay, so the meeting on the 27th, will that be all right, City Manager?
Yes, we would just, right now, the 27th is planned for one closed session item, so we would have one closed session item, one open session item on the 27th.
Okay, and maybe what we can do in an attempt for, because there will be people potentially here that would like to speak on this item, have this item come first and the closed session follow after, because that's going to be your city manager goals, and that might be a timely issue that we need to address. So do I need to do anything further, Wendy? We're just going to go ahead and pull it? Dean, would you like to go?
Yeah, I want to clarify what we're doing. And I appreciate the fact of holding it over so that Councilman Edgar can participate. We're not doing anything except accepting $94,000 so that they can hire people to be able to start the process. It still has to pass the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council in the process. It's very clear, and I've read the contract quite thoroughly, it's very clear we're not committing to anything.
I realize that.
In the process. And I believe that the applicant has met with a number of the council members already and kind of outlined what the project is. I have no problem with holding it over, but I want to make sure you guys understand we say we're business friendly. And when an applicant comes in, whether it's the project for the cafe that was going to go down or the food vendor that was going to go down at Gibbs Building, we kind of roll over and help them in the process to get there. This is helping this guy, the process to get there, with no guarantee. He could be throwing $90,000 right down the drain by the time it comes, and it can be modified repeatedly in that process. All we're doing is giving him the ability to take his money and hire his city staff hires it, and city staff runs the CEQA process to get it going. I hate to see it held off for 30 more days. It's not 30 days that we're going to do it till the 27th. But again, let's not be dual in our messages to people that are coming into the community that are looking to do something in the community. If we're going to be here to help them, we should be here to help them. And that's all I see this process doing. There's no loss to the city, no loss to the taxpayer in allowing them to come in and do their studies.
And I appreciate that, Dean. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and speak. You're right, $90,000 to $100,000 is a big risk, and that's exactly why we're going to potentially be waiting for Councilmember Edgar. As I said, it's a large property. It's been there for many years. It's had in the past some contamination problems, and there are some things in this staff report, which, Dean, we all read, and that I think fall a little bit short. And in an interest of time, and since we're going to carry this over, I won't discuss those now, but I am confident that the council is capable of deciphering the information that we were given, and if they choose to move forward with holding it off for Councilmember Edgar, then that would be the will of the council. So do I have no, we don't have to. We just go ahead and table it until the next meeting, which would be on the 27th. I'm sorry, continue it. Sorry.
Okay.
New technology, or terminology. All right, so now we're going to move on
You
to...
can record me as not in favor of that.
Yes, Wendy, if you will make sure that gets in there for Dean. Item H was pulled by Dean. That's the approval of plans and specifications and authorization to bid for a standby generator. Can we have a staff report?
The city's engineer, Dave Hunt, will give the staff report on this one.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The staff report is to go out to bid for a new standby generator. We have a generator that was built in 1970. It's out there. It's a 30-kilowatt generator. And in 2012, it actually failed in operation when we had a power failure. It worked at approximately 13% of its load capacity. The existing generator furnishes a portion of the police department and the lights here in the city council chamber, and that's pretty much it. And it doesn't take care of any other facilities we have out there. In part of the 2013-14 CIP budget, City Council approved $100,000 for a new standby generator. The new one is a 200-kilowatt diesel engine with a 200-gallon gas tank that will last 12 hours, plus Tony has standby fuel that will last probably another 12 hours out there. This would serve power to the entire City Hall, which is the Public Works Department, the trailer, the City Hall, all the Police Department, Council, including the air conditioning, everything we have powered now, so that the city can operate to its full capacity when we have a need for a power failure, where if the residents need to come here, we can fully service them. So the staff report kind of outlines that, and with the dates on there, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Dean, you pulled this item. Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you. I've also discussed this with the city manager and staff, that I would be pulling it. Back when I was elected to council in 2006, I made the comment at that time that the City Hall sits on a portion of approximately 13.5 acres of property that is not generating any sales tax to the community. We're not generating full capacity in terms of property tax to the community, and that this land has a far greater use for commercial purposes. We've had one developer that's come in and made a proposal and then withdrawn that proposal. In reality, it's still on the market. My comments in 2006 have remained pretty straight in the process. That is that this council and city staff needs to have a plan in place for an exit strategy to move off of this property, so that if something came in today offer-wise that was attractive, we had some progression to be able to move to a location yet to be determined, but that we were looking at that. Since that time, we've spent money fixing roofs. We've spent money fixing air conditioning. This question on the generator came up in that particular period of time, and the resolution at that time was that they were able to find a generator that would be available from the Joint Forces Training Base, and it was possible to connect that with a pigtail, and the council authorized the expenditure of $1,000 to do that pigtail. Again, I understand when we had the budget review, the discussion came up regarding this generator, and I was told by staff that the generator that they were looking at was a generator that was portable enough that if we pulled off of this property sometime within a 5-year period, that the generator was portable enough to be able to move off the property. And I want to clarify that that's what we're still focused on, number one. Number two, we have a 30-kilowatt generator, which admittedly at this particular point doesn't function necessarily to its full capacity, and it takes care of the police department, which in reality is probably the critical area, and it also takes care of the council chamber, which is designated as the emergency operating center should an emergency occur. The issue in September was that the generator failed when it was tested, and it took several hours to find ancient parts to fix the panel. And so my question is kind of twofold. One, a new generator replaces the panel, or is this a panel that somewhere on the property that services all of these buildings. In other words, are we replacing all of these outdated breakers and everything else with this purchase, or are you coming back later to do that?
Yeah, this doesn't replace every circuit breaker we have, although when we tested the circuit breakers just a week ago to see where they all went to, we actually broke two out of the six, so we did replace those, have been replaced. And they weren't the easiest to find 40-year-old circuit breakers, but Tony did. So, and the thing will be movable. What was your other question? I kind of...
Well,
there's a new panel that will come to this, but it's a panel that takes the power from the generator to generate the entire panel that we have going on here at City Hall, whereas right now there's a panel in there that takes the entire City Hall and it divides up the power just to build for that 30-watt capacity, and that will come out and a new one will go in to connect to the new one. But it doesn't replace the entire panel that's in there.
so we're increasing the generation capability by 7 times so
And
that
that's-
we can
that's-
take care, approximately, we can take
Yes.
care of the entire plant.
Correct.
With
as,
this
you know,
new generator.
Because in 1970, we didn't have computers, we didn't have other stuff, we didn't have all the power consumption we have now, so the demand is much higher than it was back then, and we want to make sure the entire city is operational.
My question then still fits, are we replacing one portion, and are we still going to be faced with, as you mentioned, 40-year-old breakers in the panel in order to do this? Because I'd hate to have you come back. I'm frankly not happy that we're spending money on property that I'm hopeful we will not be on in the next 5 years. And so we're fixing the source, the generation source with this purchase, which is portable and can be moved if we move to a different location.
That's correct, and we are trying not to spend money we don't need to, so we're trying to hook up to the existing facilities we have. Like I say, the most vulnerable part is the circuit breakers, which we replaced too, and what was the price tag on that?
About $350.
Yeah, $350 for those two, so we replace, 4 others. It's not that significant of money to replace those, and we'll probably be within the budget of $100,000, and if I have money left over, we'll take care of it as part of that. The rest of the facilities, it's still working, and I'm not recommending to go replace something, again, not to spend money we don't have to until it becomes apparent that we need to.
I understand, and that's answered my questions. We pretty much did that in our dialogue already, but I wanted the rest of the council to be aware of, hopefully, my position that we're going to execute a plan here soon to say, if somebody comes up with cash next door and wants this building and this property as well, do we have a plan to move?
Great. Well, I appreciate you asking those pertinent questions, Dean. Richard, would you like to go next?
No, thank you.
No. Warren?
Sure. So I guess along the lines of some of the technical issues on that. So the 40-year-old circuit breaker panel, that will stay in place. And to Dean's question in terms of the electrical load, the current that you're going to ramp through those wires are going to be sufficient, the gauge of the wires enough to handle load? I mean, you're going from 30 to 200. That's a pretty big step.
As I mentioned before, there is a panel in there that only handles the 30 that goes into the main panel that handles the whole 200. Okay, we are getting rid of the 30-watt panel, and so we're going direct feed into the main panel to handle all of it, what it handles now. So we're matching the load to the wires that are there.
Okay.
So it's removing a part and putting in new wires to that part, and all that new wires we're putting in, if we do move, all that easily comes out and go to the next place.
Sure, but I'm worried about the existing wires. Do you have to now start going, further upstream from that?
Well, we had the electrical engineer out looking at the new panel, and we opened it up, we went through the whole kind of a diagnosis of it, and it's in pretty good shape inside except for the circuit breakers. So, I mean, the wires are not degrading, and, so it didn't look like it needed to be repaired anytime soon.
And the gauge is sufficient to handle the current load?
Yes.
And all that? Okay.
So we're not over capacity, making new capacity of it at all. It's matching what it has right now.
Okay, so, because I understand, I do understand, and I do resonate with Councilmember Gross. He doesn't want to have us invest any more than we have to. I think get the needs that we have to get, but there may be some wants that we'd like to do, but depending on which way, things go, we want to make sure we're doing the right things with the money we have, so appreciate you bringing this up. Thank you, David.
Is that it, Warren?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just say very briefly, in an attempt to move this along, staff has been coming to us regarding this item for quite some time, and it needs to be replaced. On both times that it failed, I was here, and I think that staff's done their due diligence, they're experts, that's what we hire them for, and so I would just say that I support this item moving forward, and I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. All right, let's see. Now we move on to item I, and that is the selection of solid waste contract auditor. And staff, if we could get that report from you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This item was brought forward to the City Council based on the previous direction of the City Council to go out and find an auditor to audit the waste franchise agreement and make sure that the current hauler is in compliance with the agreement. Staff went out, issued an RFP, received 3 proposals, and evaluated those proposals based on the criteria that is included in your staff report, items 1 through 7 that is included there. We scored them. It was actually Community Development Director and myself scored them, gave an average score based on the criteria that was included, and based on that, staff's recommendation is to move forward with Muni Services. All of the firms are very qualified. All of the references checked out very well. The main difference between Muni Services is the local experience. They have over 900 clients, and the majority of those are local Southern California clients. They have also local experience in Southern California, specifically with waste hauler audits, and they have experience in compliance audits with Republic Services as well. They've completed several of those. So for all those reasons, that's what staff's recommendation is as outlined in the report, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Dean, you pulled this item. Would you like to address it first?
I did. I don't have any real issues with the process that we went through or the fact that an audit is needed. I'm supportive of that. In reading through this agreement once again, it appears like there's 5 areas that the auditor's going to look at. One of those is confirmation, for the benefit of those that don't have the report, confirmation of the accuracy of customer billing on a sample basis, confirmation of accuracy on the tonnage disposal records that are maintained by CDS, confirm the accuracy of CDS franchise fee payments to the city, meaning that they're making their 8% gross payment to us that they're required to do. Collection and confirm operative data, including routes, route hours, number of accounts and container distributions, and then number 5, preparation of reports and present results. All of which I'm fine with. The city went to Consolidated, requested money. They're required per the contract to provide $10,000 a year. They did provide the city with $30,000 to do this audit. The amount of money that Muni Services put in on their bid was $22,400. So there's approximately $5,000 plus that is not included. And the thing that hit me was when this first came up and was involved in a discussion, public discussion, we had residents here who complained that Consolidated wasn't responsive to them in terms of answering phones or noise complaints because of early pickups and deliveries. I remember one woman saying that she watched one truck pick up both recycled and green waste at the same time. what I'm getting at is that the public weighed in with some, what I would call customer service issues. And I don't see anything in this audit, and I don't know from staff standpoint if it's appropriate to include customer service as one of the items that are looked at. And we have about $5,000 if we can do some type of a change order or something, so that part of their auditing of what's going on is to look at how many customer service complaints have they recorded in the 3 years that they've been here, and what was the resolution. And if there are, I don't know that you could say excessive complaints, but I want the community to be able to weigh in on the services that they're receiving as well, because I think that's part of the overall objective and agreement in the waste hauler. So I would like to see the council approve this, but I'd like to see if there isn't some way that we can have staff add the customer service element so that we also have that to be able to evaluate when this is all done.
Yeah, yes, I think if the council wanted us to move forward with the recommendation to go with Muni Services, you could also authorize, the recommendation is authorize the city manager to execute the city's standard professional services agreement with Muni Services to perform an audit on the solid waste contract in an amount not to exceed $22,400. If you want to give additional authorization for city manager to negotiate directly with Muni Services with a cap of up to $2,500 or whatever that cap may be, depending on what the council direction is, I think in working with the city attorney, we could draft a professional services agreement to that effect.
Great.
And include the customer service aspect.
Okay, great. Dean, is that it for you?
That's it.
Okay.
Listen
Warren?
to the rest.
Well, I wasn't going to comment, but now that Dean brings this up, so one caution, I guess, on perhaps adding scope to the statement of work for this contractor, that whichever one we end up selecting, would that, I guess we want to make sure we don't unnecessarily tilt the scope of work such that maybe one of the other bidders might have a better bid. You know, one have maybe a better skill set or a better cost factor at doing that. So that'd be my worry at this point, but I think if we can make sure we're going to limit it to a minor amount that does not look like we, you know, gave it to the low bidder and then added scope to get them up to the 30,000. That's the one thing I don't think we want to have that appearance. So, and with that, I'll just I think I'm very supportive of just, you know, what Dean brought up, and I'll yield back to you.
Great. Richard?
I think it's a good idea. Dean's doing very well in his new seat tonight.
He is.
And if maybe we just, put a dollar limit, $5,000 added on to this, and, I mean, Warren, to your concern, the one group's already kind of excluded themselves, so we're really only down to two.
Understand, but you don't want them coming back and protesting, right?
Yeah, it just, to move things along, I mean, R3 getting only a 5 on number 3, the demonstrated knowledge of public agencies, et cetera, would kind of worry me anyway, so I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, great. I called the city manager today, and we spoke at a little bit of a length about this. Dean, I came up with the same thing, and how I titled it was response of complaints, the number of complaints, the time of response, because I've had many customers say it took 2 to 3 weeks for them to respond, and what was the outcome, as you said, also, and the number of no action taken in these instances. So I'm supportive of it. City manager, I think we just need to leave the amount up to you. We have a $5,000, variable that we can go to, but obviously we're going to hope you're going to negotiate for the best cost. But Dean, do you think it would be pertinent to check the number of complaints before we actually go into this? Because if we only have a total of maybe 15 complaints over the total life of the contract, it may not be worth the investment of money. And I don't say that the residents are not important enough or the businesses are not important enough, but to spend that kind of money on such a small number of complaints, I would think that that would not be in our best interest.
The only concern I would have is staff may have some idea of records of complaints that they've received, but how many, and we may not know that, how many has Consolidated received in that particular process. So if the attorney is comfortable that we're not going to expose the city to a complaint and/or concern that we are now adding something to the bidding process, to me, that's a very minute factor in the process. And I'm not sure we'll get a good answer because, you know, is Consolidated keeping that? I don't know if that was part of the record or part of the requirement of the contract that they had to keep records of
Sure,
complaints.
sure. And I support what you're saying. I'm just trying to be fiscally prudent as if we only have a minimal number. Is there a way for us to check that before we would decide to move forward?
I think we can check that. Let me have the Community Development Director, Steve Mendoza, maybe comment on that, and then if there's any information that the recommended vendor that
Yeah,
can provide as well.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, Michael Ballion from Muni Services is in the audience tonight. And first of all, I'd like him to comment on whether he has the capacity of doing this.
Okay.
And I think he does. And so I'd like to introduce him and have him come up to the podium to describe to council his capacity of doing customer service analysis.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Welcome.
Welcome to myself. Madam Mayor, members of council, that's part of the scope of work that we would do anyway. We've done a number of operational reviews, again, in compliance, and a compliance review, they have certain customer service standards. So again, they should have a log, it should be an action log, it should show when things are resolved. If they don't, again, we've been doing this 20-plus years. We can certainly give them a model to use forward. And again, the interpretation of the agreement can be very problematic, so it's good to audit it at this point in time. And again, in our proposal, we also include a number of value-added services where we actually look at your agreement, we look at your municipal code. Some legislative changes have happened, as they do in California every year. So we give you recommended updates for free. So we would do that scope of work. And again, if there's anything related to that that the council's interested in, that they want to add to that laundry list, we're probably doing it anyway, but we'd be happy to add it at no
Great.
additional charge.
So then what you're saying is this already covered in your scope, and we would get a report out on the specifics that you just spoke about from the book, telling how many we had and how many were responded to and the outcomes of those?
Exactly.
Okay.
And again, if there are any specific issues that you're aware of or your constituents have made you aware of that can be relayed to us, that would only assist us in our review to make sure we cover all of those.
Yeah, I would say the biggest complaint we've had that people have actually come in to the council chambers to voice their opinion, which, you know, that takes a lot, getting people out at this time of night, was a non-response.
Well, that's why we like to look at routing. For example, if the dollar value isn't as high on a contract, one of the ways the haulers will try to save money is they'll pick up extra containers on a route. They'll be chronically overweight, which is a health and safety violation. Again, so it helps to understand the business, to understand the corners that they might cut, and to make sure that they haven't. So you're getting what you're paying for, and you're getting something that meets the standard that was promised when you issued them the contract.
Agreed, agreed. Any other council members, any other comments? Thank you for coming forward. We appreciate your input.
So I'll move approval as recommended, and we don't need to worry about the $5,000 contingency
Do I have a
at
second?
this point.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes. And I believe that takes us to the regular. Here we go. So item 10 is a public hearing, and this is the transient occupancy tax TOT appeal. And I'd like to open the public hearing, and if we could get a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The City Attorney will give the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an appeal by Best Western. It's Govind Investments, Inc., doing business as Best Western. They failed to timely pay or transfer the transient occupancy taxes that they collected for the third quarter of 2013 over to the city. Under the municipal code, they're responsible for interest and penalties in the amount of about $2,800. My eyes are not seeing the exact amount, but there it is, $2,846 for that lateness. They were 5 days late on that. It was the second time they had been late. The first time, they did not timely appeal, and that's not before the council. And those charges, penalty and interest, are due in the amount of $5,312.21. Govind says that the reason that they were late this time was that they had new management, and management wasn't aware of the necessity and the timing of the payment, but I believe they're here tonight and they can explain that themselves. Under the municipal code, the city council has discretion to waive penalties and interest or not.
Okay. Thank you very much. Could we have the tenant come forward to the podium, please? I'm sorry, the applicant.
The appellant.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Dan Bakta. I'm the owner of the Best Western here in Los
I opened it
Alamitos.
already.
And before I get into the appeals process, I just want to give you a quick background of myself and the hotel. I bought this hotel in June 10th, 1998, and obviously that's 15 years ago. And before that, the hotel was built in 1988, and its previous 10 years of ownership, if you look at the records, which I've already stated in the past, the TOT that was being paid to the city was about $25,000 to $30,000 annually. Since I bought the hotel, I knew, looking at the city, that there's a great demand for a good corporate hotel here, for families to come down. When I looked at it, it was a very rundown hotel, and I saw a lot of upside. Knowing that, I decided to move my family into the hotel with just hard work, dedication, sleepless nights, and spending about $1 million in capital improvements. Slowly started turning the business around. I couldn't afford a general manager back then. That's why I lived at the site for the first 4 years, till 2002. And in 15 years, I've never been late on a TOT payment. Your records will indicate that too. The TOT that I've been paying over 15 years now is averaging over $70,000, which is almost 3 times what you guys were getting from 88 to 98. It's a significant amount of increase in TOT taxes. So far in my 15 years, obviously I've paid over $1 million in TOT taxes, which is great for the city. It's great as me as an owner that I found this asset and was able to turn it around. What I wanted to kind of go over was, I only got this letter 2 days ago about the decision about my rights to not being able to appeal for the 2012 assessments. Again, I'm not used to this kind of things because generally I've never paid anything late. The TOT in 2012 was due October 31st. I didn't get a notification till sometime end of January from a gal named Kim Angel. As soon as I was aware of it, I made the check for that TOT, and the explanation is there that I did mail it. For some reason, the city did not get it. I don't know what happened. During that time when we delivered the check, no one had informed us of the late assessment or an appeal process. Then some time goes by, and February 20th, supposedly this assessment went out, which we never received. It was never mailed to us. It was never emailed. 2 months later in April, which is, again, this is for a time that was about 6 months before that was due, I finally received an email from the city. As soon as I got the email, I paid that TOT. At that point, too, nobody had acknowledged that there would be a late assessment, that a late penalty would be filed. Actually, in April, they sent us an email with the late. That's the first time I ever saw this February letter. Immediately, I called Kim Angel and explained to her the same reasons I'm giving you why I feel like the penalty should be waived. Since all these years I've been here, I've turned it around, I've paid the city a lot more than city has been getting from the previous ownership. She suggested I call, email a person named, it's all on record here that I send out.
Jay Brooks.
Right, Jay Brooks. That email copy is there. I never received a response regarding that email. I never received a response after that from Kim Angel. At that point, I assumed the matter was either resolved because of my background, because of what I've done, and didn't hear back from the city till 6 months later. So no other notification of me not paying that late penalty or anything. 6 months later, in November, all of a sudden, I'm getting a email that we still haven't paid the late penalty. That's where that I never had the opportunity to appeal. That is the main reason I'm here in person. So the statement that I'm being made over here that 2012 assessment became final is no longer subject to appeal. Well, no one ever actually gave me a chance to appeal. Nobody actually gave me a process that there is an appeal. And the second time when it happened, which is just recently, immediately as soon as I was aware of it, it got paid. So there's two things, there's two appeal letters I filed. Obviously, one was within the period, and one supposedly it's being claimed that it was not. But obviously, there was no communication from the city letting me know what I needed to do and things like that. So I don't know if you have any questions, or I'm just hoping that I would appreciate if somehow you can waive these penalties, since knowing what I've done, all my background, and since I've been here for 15 years, and the hotel has a great reputation, obviously, compared to what it did in pre-1998.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We ask questions now.
Well, I'd like to bring up anyone else who'd like to speak on the item, and then we can have him come back and answer, if that's all right.
I'm the owner, I'm the only one.
Well, there may be somebody in the audience that wants to speak. Is anyone in the audience interested in commenting on it? All right, great. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to you. Dean, why don't you go ahead and ask your questions?
You've been in the business for a long time.
Correct.
So you're well aware that TOT is a industry standard
Correct.
virtually in every city.
Correct.
Is that not a pass-through charge? In other words, the people that rent rooms from you, you charge that fee, much like sales taxes are. You're the holder of it.
Correct.
And then it gets refunded back.
Correct.
I've watched the development of the hotel over there, and well aware of the improvements that you've made, well aware of the efforts that you've made and the help you've done to the city in terms of issues when we've had less than desirables in the hotel. You've been cooperative in that process, and I'm in business as well, so I'm aware. There's also a standard feeling that ignorance is no excuse or defense.
Correct.
When you wind up getting into a situation where being able to say, well, gee, I didn't know that there was going to be a penalty. For my colleagues here, we've had internal transitions which I think weigh in Mr. Baca's favor, with the staff being interim staff that we've had during this period of time. And I believe from what we've been told here is that the $2,800 charge is not appealable by the code. We're not allowed to.
The other way around.
The 5,000.
Oh, the 5,000 is not?
Right.
Right.
Okay. I thought you just said that what was due is the 53-12-21.
No,
Oh, you
that
said
one is
20.
not subject to appeal anymore because it wasn't timely appealed.
So in theory, he owes the 53
Correct.
12/21.
Correct.
Has anything been paid against that?
No, because, like I said, no
You're
one
you're
was-
looking, I understand.
That's
Okay.
why.
Well, he wasn't aware until just recently that that wasn't appealable.
That's why both of them are being filed at the same time, because it's the first
And-
time I've been aware that there is even an appeal process.
And from what we've been told, staff report-wise, and I think this falls under community development and finance, there's not been any indication since he took over the hotel in '98 where he has been late or has not paid.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think we're talking in reality here, almost $8,000 that's due. And the 5,300 is not technically subject. He's still going to have to potentially pay that unless we make a decision to waive that fee and/or the other fee in the process. And I believe that The property has been an asset to the community. It's one of the few hotels that we really have that we have access to. I know that they've been helpful with out-of-town people that have come in for the Wings, Wheels, and Rotors event through the chamber. I believe that they're still chamber members. I don't know that for a fact, but I know they've been involved. They've had some mixers over there. My tendency at this particular point is to say, if we eliminated the $5,300 penalty from the 2012 issue, which is not subject to appeal at this point, and negotiated some type of a compromise on the 2008 4608, I think we've extended beyond. We may be setting some type of precedence, but the only other hotel that we've got in the area would be Don's Turf Motel, and I don't know where they are. I certainly don't want to set a precedent that everybody can come in and do that, but I think you've been good community partners in taking care of people that visit the city from out of town. You've upgraded your property in this period of time, and as I said, you've worked with the city and the police department and so on. So I'm in favor of trying to do something here to help mitigate the cost, and me personal, I'd be willing to forget the $5,300 that he owes on the 2012 and then look at the 2846 and see how we might negotiate something on that. So I'll pass until we hear the other council.
All right. Councilmember Kuzumoto?
Thank you. So, thank you for appearing here. Appreciate you're bringing this forward and understanding the situation. But I have a question of staff. So, help me understand. So, the TOT is remitted on an annual basis?
Quarterly.
It's remitted on a quarterly basis,
Very
and
good.
it's due within 30 days of the end of the quarter.
And then, so I think you're saying in answer to Councilmember Gross's question, we have an entity here, a business here has a very excellent track record of remitting on time.
That's correct.
Okay, and then there's
With the exception of these two quarters.
Okay, and then and I agree with about ignorance of the law is no excuse. However, there perhaps were some breakdowns. Now, in the other hotel that Councilmember Gross mentioned, have we seen any issues with remittance of the TOT there?
Yes, they've been late on a few occasions, and we have received the penalties and interest on that.
Okay.
But it's quite a bit less, obviously, because it's a smaller
Oh.
hotel.
Yes, okay, I see. And then when it comes down to damages to us, the city, I mean, the fees are the fees, but in my mind, I'm just trying to kind of rationalize this amount of money. It covers what damage, other than there's a fee, there's a penalty, right? And it's a penalty to ensure performance, but it's not one that we didn't incur $8,000 worth of damage anywhere that I can tell, right? We received the TOT.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess in my mind, I don't know that we were damaged to the amount of the penalty, but I do understand we have these there. It's a performance, right, to ensure performance of these type of businesses. Is that?
That's correct, and we're basically following what the city code states.
Understand that. Appreciate that too. So, so we have a mechanism in place to ensure performance. We have, I guess, what I call, bring the question: how much loss do we really have to this? Is it to this amount? So, I think I have all the information that I need. I don't have any real questions for you, sir. So I'm not going to ask any. So you don't have to offer anything up.
I just wanted to make a quick comment on the hotel that you're comparing to just get an idea.
I don't even want to go there, to be honest. If another council member wants to, I don't want to have any questions or discussions on that. Just if you can, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you for coming. Linda, I have a question for you. How is a penalty and interest calculated?
It's basically a 10% penalty for the first month that's late, and then in the next 30 days, there's an additional 10%, and then there's an interest factor as well.
So the total penalty could be 20% in the
Correct.
course of 2 months, and then interest on top of that.
Correct.
In the case of the 2008-46, is the interest still running, or how often is it updated?
Well, it's basically still running, but, I mean, we had a, this is just, it's really based on when they pay. I believe it's based on when they pay the actual tax.
Okay.
So, and they paid the tax the 5 days late, so.
Okay. My personal feeling is this, I think you missed the first one, the 5,312. I think you've really missed that. I agree with the city's attempt to try and give you a payment schedule. I would like to try and do something on the other, the 2846. However, I'm reminded of being at the assessor's office one day, and I was late on a property tax. We'd bought a property, and we forgot about it, quite frankly. And they asked me, they said, is this your home? We said, no. Is this investment property? They said, you have no chance on appeal. You should have known better.
I did not forget. I mailed the payment.
Okay.
Payment was never received.
Yes.
15-year track history here.
Okay.
I did not forget anything here.
Okay.
So I did not forget. Payment was mailed. As soon as I was aware the payment was not received, I made an effort to pay immediately.
Okay.
Okay, let's let him finish, and then if he's had any questions for you, he can ask you at the time.
The first one, my feeling is it's not appealable. I mean, that's the advice we're getting from the city attorney, and those are our regulations. I think we need to live with those. The other, the 2846, for whatever reason, I think we were told that was due to a management change, or?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This is the only city that I pay TOT every 3 months. It gets paid monthly on all the other properties I have. And I get a monthly TOT. From this city, I don't get any as a reminder. It's a constant thing that I have in my office that I have to remember every single quarter to make sure I pay. Done that for 15 years straight. Again,
Okay.
That's what I'm reiterating here. 15 years.
And due to some turnover in our Office of Finance during this time is why I'm thinking you probably deserve some relief from the second bill. But that's my thoughts for now, and we vote, I guess.
Okay, great. Well, while it's fresh in my mind, Linda, we don't send out reminders for our tax, our TOT tax?
On an annual basis, they are sent forms, I believe, each year at the beginning of the year.
Okay, but we do this 4 times a year, is that correct? 3 times, 4 times a year?
Correct. The TOT is due on a quarterly basis.
Okay, because what he's saying is now he's got 4 chances to be delinquent as opposed to just 1 if it was paid once a year, is that correct?
No, if he paid it on a monthly basis, he would have 12 chances to be
Oh,
delinquent.
that's true. I was thinking he was saying 1 time a year. All right, well, I vary a little bit from the others, because in the first tax, we didn't receive your payment, and I understand that you sent it, but we didn't receive it. And if we took that approach with everybody in the city, we'd find ourselves in trouble. What I do have a problem with is that you weren't told that you could appeal it. And so my look at this is that I would rather see us remove the interest from the first charge that we have, which is the 5,000, is it 800? 55, okay.
312.
Remove the interest from that. And then in the second incident, I believe we did have some turnover, and there is the potential that someone didn't get back to you, and so that you were led to believe that it was remedied. And so my approach to this is I would remove the interest or any kind of penalties from the first number, which is the 5,500, and then in a show of good faith, because you have been a good tenant of the city and you have done a lot of improvements to your properties, that we waive that amount in full. But moving forward, I think that we need to find a way, city manager, that if we have this occur, on more than just a certain percentage of our remitters, that we find a way to either maybe get their email address so it's cost effective, we can send them a reminder. That would be what I would hope to see, so that way we're assisting them in being good remitters for their TOT tax. So let me just recap that, to remove any kind of penalty or interest from the first amount, and then to waive the second amount due
Madam
to...
Mayor, the first amount is all penalty and interest.
It is, I'm sorry, I didn't...
So that would be, I mean,
Okay.
do you want to remove the interest from the first one and the penalty and interest from the second?
Let me look at those numbers. What page are we on for those? Let me just go over it. I don't
Well,
have it
there are
right.
2 invoices at the end of the
I
staff
see them.
report.
Penalty and interest, they're both penalty and interest, is that
Right.
correct? Okay, so I think that he brings up a good point, that he was never given the opportunity to appeal because he did not have that knowledge. That could have been on the part of staff to give him that information so that he would be able to try and mitigate this issue before it was unable to be addressed, as you're saying here tonight. And then on the second one, you know, I really do agree, I guess, Dean, I don't want to see you walk away from this without any kind of understanding that there are penalties that you have to pay. So I guess I would work on the negotiation of the number on the second. But the first, I do think that he wasn't given the correct information, and we did have some...
Staff is here and maybe can shed light on whether he was given the correct information or not.
Okay. Well, it wasn't
Some
included in the staff
are here.
report, so I just assumed that what was here was right.
Sure it was not.
Why don't we go ahead, Linda, could you go ahead and comment on that for us?
Yes, it was noticed by staff in January. The original payment was due the end of October.
Right.
And the following January, it was noticed. Staff notified the hotel, and at that point, we were unable to come up with the penalties and interest. Because that is geared to the amount of the tax that's paid. So I believe at the time, they were notified that the payment was due, and they were given a copy of the city's TOT ordinance, or the section of the municipal code, which basically spells out when the payments are due, as well as the penalties and interests that are due.
And the appeal process?
Yes, it also spells out the appeal process, and, you know,
And
Can
then-
I ask this, Carrie? I'm sorry, before I forget.
You're the mayor.
What is the time frame that he would have needed to respond for an appeal?
within 15 days.
Within 15 days. Okay, so
Of
in
the
October,
first
his fees are
notification.
due, correct?
Pardon me?
In October, the fees were due,
Correct,
and we didn't discover it till January.
correct.
Okay, so you're saying 15 days from the date in January he
Correct.
would have had. Okay, is that customary that it would take us that long to realize that hadn't been received?
Not necessarily. As you know, the staff has been in transition. I was here at that time on a temporary basis, and I'm back again. But anyway, and it was noticed whenever I was going through the mid-year budget process. The finance department has been understaffed, for the past year or so.
Sure, and I totally and please, I understand, this is not any reflection on staff in the sense that we understand as the council, there's been turnover, so there's no finger pointing. We're just trying to find a way to be fair to
Right.
staff and to the person who's standing before us today, so.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Um,
No?
Madam Mayor, the other part of staff notified them orally in January and then sent an invoice once the penalties and interest were calculated, and that invoice was sent in February the 20th.
Which I
They
received.
then had 15 days to appeal that, and they didn't appeal until April. So that's what we're talking about here. They did know by then, they had a copy of the code.
Okay,
Let me make a point on that real quick.
okay.
If you notice, my October 31st payment that was due on October 31st, 2013, the city noticed it and let me know a few days right after it was due,
Okay,
and I got it paid right away. If
Right.
you look at the other invoice, which is dated February 20th, that due date was October 31st. City did not even notice it till 4 months after. Again, I reiterate that this invoice was made. Either it was never mailed to me, it was never emailed, it was never followed up, so I never received it.
right.
Right? If you look at the track, as soon as I'm aware of a payment not being received, it's being made immediately. You know?
Yeah,
And
no,
then
I
another
understand.
point about us getting that letter, who was that letter given to? Because that, I can assure you for sure, we did not get an appeal process letter. So I don't know where this is coming from all of a sudden either.
Was that sent, Linda, with his, any kind of other documentation regarding this issue?
That was, they were told that in a meeting that we had with his representative as to when he had, how soon they had to do the appeal. It was a meeting
That
on,
meeting was recently, that's about this appeal that we're doing on
that was
November.
in November.
Right, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about from the.
Are we talking about the previous amount, Linda?
No, I was talking about
She's
the
talking about the
current.
new one.
and-
Okay,
As well
okay.
as the previous.
That-
I
that
don't,
information
I
we
don't
have.
believe that
I'll-
they were informed of an appeal process. However, like I said, they were given a copy of the code, which basically states that they can appeal it.
Okay.
Which is recently, not previously.
Okay. Well, what I see here is there's a lot of inconsistencies with procedure and with payment, and so I'm going to bring it back to the council. I've asked my questions, and I appreciate your answers, and I'll go ahead.
Comment I'd like to make real
Sure.
quick. For the first 10 years I paid the TOT, city never sent me any TOT forms. It's a form that doesn't have a year on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Every year, I would put in that year. Every year, I would keep changing it manually.
Okay.
That year. They haven't started sending out TOT forms till only last 2 years when I requested it. That, do you guys have anything with a year stamped on it, so I don't have to keep using the same forms?
Okay.
So that's another point I'd like to make, that they've never been mailed to me annually.
Okay.
So there will be 4 forms for the last 2 years that are getting mailed to me.
All
The
right.
previous 10 to 12 years, that's all me.
Okay, and we appreciate that.
Right.
City Manager, I think that we need to make sure that we address this process so that it's clear, it's understood by the remitters, and that we don't have these inconsistencies. Hopefully, we'll get some staff in here, and they'll have some consistency with that also. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the council. Dean had his hand up first, so I'm going to go ahead and go to Dean.
Yeah. How many other properties, hotel properties, do you
I
own?
have 10 now. At
10?
the time, when I bought one, this was my first one.
Okay. And all 10 of those are subject to TOT, correct?
Correct, on monthly basis. Like I said, this is the only city that is quarterly, where I don't get any notification. It's not an excuse, I'm just letting you know what the facts are.
Yeah, no, and that feedback is good for us, because, as the mayor was saying, staff-wise, if we're sending out a notice like this, we need to send it certified, return receipt requested. It's a he said, she said type of a thing, and I think from the standpoint of what I'm hearing from finance, they kind of concur this was a bit of an anomaly in the process, and being fair. I know I pay taxes, sales taxes on a quarterly basis, and if I'm one day late, then I'm dinged with interest. And it bugs me that I have to collect this on behalf of the state and remit it, and if they don't get it on time, they charge me interest. Whether I've collected it or not doesn't make any difference as far as the state. I think, I'm tending to agree with the mayor that I think the invoice that was for the $5,312, these are penalties and fees for not performing, not paying on time. These are not costs, hard costs that the city has lost. These are a penalty cost. And I appreciate that Mr. Murphy has the same feelings from the standpoint of that's not debatable. It seems like that's the one where the big confusion came in. The appeal was filed timely on the $2,800, and there's questions on that. So I'm more in favor at this particular point, as I said earlier, to make a motion to waive the $5,312.21 and ask for staff to, unless we want to make an offer to him on the $2,800, which is the amount that's currently due, split that in 50%. I think he's gotten the message. This is kind of like a traffic fine, if you will, and at some point, judges, waive those based on circumstances. And I'm thinking in basis of circumstances, if we agreed to a 50% split on the 2846, I think we've gotten his attention. I think he's going to know. I think city staff needs to do a better job of making sure that that information, there's only 2 hotels in the city, so this isn't something that we're dealing with hundreds of customers that's in that particular case. And so let me just float it and see what happens here. Let me make a motion that we waive the $5,312.21 invoice dated 12/20 of 13, and on the invoice dated 11/6 of 2013 in the amount of $2,846, that we split that difference 50/50, and that would be the amount that would be due by Best Western to resolve and settle this moving forward. And I'll stop there. I do want to give more direction to staff.
And that's your motion?
That'll be the motion.
Okay, is there any second for that motion?
I'd like to offer a substitute motion, and I appreciate what Dean's trying to form. And I guess, well, let's die with lack of a second.
I was going to clarify that the motion dies for lack of a second, and we'll move on
Okay.
to...
Then I would like to, sorry, Dean. I'd like to offer up a motion. I do appreciate what Dean's trying to do. I look at this thing again, to staff. It's a penalty, right? It's meant to, I guess, as the hammer on the business or the entity to perform. And I think we've got somebody here who's been performing. And I think there have been mistakes, and I'm not trying to point fingers. Things happen, and I think the claimant here, the applicant here, has demonstrated good performance over the course of time that he's been here. So I do favor the waiving of the second invoice in the amount of $5,312.21. I would like to offer up this as the motion. So the other invoice for the amount of $2,846.08 that we ask the applicant to pay half, and we hold that as something that if he demonstrates good performance over the next 4 quarters, pays on time, this was a mistake, and then we refund that back to him after those 4 quarters. So it is, I think, like Dean says, we have your attention. We understand mistakes happen. I really don't feel like we need to be punitive on this one. I don't feel like the city is at a loss for this money. It was, I think, going to be basically found money, and because of a lack of performance. And if you were more inclined to be late on payments or always kind of having us to chase after you, then I can see this really coming to. We'd have a different discussion altogether. But I think we have a member of the community here, business, that has shown the willingness to really work within our system, make the good faith effort to be the good corporate citizen. So the motion I'd have is a modification of Dean's, where we would waive the $5,000, the second invoice, and we would hold in
142304
as just an incentive to perform, and we'd return that to him after 4 quarters of on-time performance. That'd be my motion.
And I'll second that motion.
Any substitute motions? No?
And
Yep.
would that make you happy?
Yes, I mean, I really appreciate that. I mean, you guys are looking at the facts and making a decision.
We have to make a decision still, so
Yeah.
we have a motion in a second, so.
Okay, and we're going to bring it back for more discussion. Richard, you had something to add?
Yes, Linda, how much on, let's take each bill, please. How much is penalty and how much is interest?
They just use that terminology of just penalty interest. It's just the 1%. They just come. There is no separation between.
Well, let's see what they say.
I believe there is from what they told me.
The penalty on the first invoice, the $5,000, $312. The penalty is $4,958.06 with interest of $354.15. And then on the second one, the penalty was $2710.56 with interest of $135.53.
Linda, can you repeat that first number on the first invoice, the 4,000?
$4,958.06.
Okay.
And then the interest was $354.15.
Thank you.
So the penalty, let's take the second one, I'm sorry, the
Mhm.
2007-10.
Correct.
That's actually incurred in two steps, correct? You're a day late, you pay half of that, and you're a month late, you pay the other half?
Basically, if you're a day late, over 30 days, you're charged a 10% penalty on the tax. And then if you're
30 days.
past that 30 days, then it's an additional 10%.
Okay. Okay, that answers my questions, thank you.
I will tell you, on business license, if you're late, you pay the penalty. Just saying.
Well, and
Building permits?
we've got a motion and a second. I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'm in favor of waiving the first fee, the $5,013. But on the smaller amount, I personally think that broken up over a period of 12 months in payments is enough of a leeway for the second time. We did have the first time where there was some confusion, and then the second time, you were a little bit more informed. So my substitute motion would be to waive the first and give 12 months for the repayment of the second, which is the $2,846.08. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay. So we have to take this most recent motion first, correctly? All right.
The substitute motion.
Substitute motion, right. So we're going to go ahead. We have a motion and a second for the forgiving of the $5,312.21 and a payment plan for 12 months for the invoice of $2,846.08. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Oh,
Okay, so it fails, no, 2-2. All right, so we go back to the original motion, which is, can you reread that for me, Wendy?
It's to waive the invoice in the amount of $5,312.21 and to pay 50% of the second invoice of $2,846.08 to be repaid after 4 quarters paid in a timely manner.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, so neither of those passes. We've got to find another
I'll
alternative.
make a substitute motion.
Okay.
No, you just,
A new
a new
A
motion.
new motion. If we're going to agree that the 5312 is waivable, which has got to be a good start,
Right.
I would propose that we charge half the penalty, which would be $13.55, which, by their own admission, they were late due to an oversight. Probably coming here tonight is really all the, he's never going to need to be reminded of TOT again. I'm sure this is a lot of fun, and you couldn't have thought of 100 other things you'd rather be doing. So my motion would be that we settle this for $1,355 as a compromise, and if you want to pay it over 2 payments or whatever, okay, then we don't need that. So my motion is that we settle this for $1,355.
Okay, and I'll second that motion.
So just so I understand, waive the $5,312.21 cents, and then reduce the penalty to half of basically the 10% penalty
Take
cost.
half of the penalty cost.
10% penalty, just levy a
Right.
10% penalty is really
Right.
what it comes down to.
Right.
Okay. I
So we
understand, I
have
understand the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Passes. Any opposed? Should I do a roll call vote? Okay, so it passes. So we hope that in the future, we don't have these same kind of issues coming before you and us. We're going to work with staff to see if we can streamline that process to be a better support to you.
Appreciate it.
And hopefully you're happy with this,
So I'll
with this
just
settlement.
receive one invoice for 13-something and just pay it, and we're done.
City manager, is that what's going to happen?
Yes.
You have 5 days. No, I'm just kidding.
Fine, I'll pay it in a day.
Thank
All
you for
right.
coming and
Yes.
stating your case and helping us work through this.
I
And
appreciate it. Thank you for your
your
time.
business is an asset
right.
to our community.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to,
Can I follow up on that to, maybe, I don't know if we need a motion to the city, or a motion, but I know on our warrant list, there was an approval of some business licensing software. I don't know what that does. I've had one business in the town that has complained virtually every year that they get a statement that just simply is a blank statement that they could download off the internet, and they still have to go through and calculate it and put in who owns the building, et cetera, et cetera. The comments were, we're far enough along in technology that records are kept and should be kept, and to send out an updated form that says, please correct if there's any errors in it, and calculate the tax or whatever and send it out. I think in that process, what we're doing here is much the same. I don't know that they issue notices that you're coming up on your 30 days, things of that nature, and I don't know that we need to do that. We're adults, we're in business, and if you miss the deadline, you pay the toll, the penalty in the process. But I do think we need to improve the system that we're currently using, and so I don't know what the cost of software or whatever it was that we did helps us move that way, but if we're sending notices out regarding late whatever, that really should be going certified mail with a return receipt, because otherwise we can have people coming in here constantly saying, I didn't get it. And at least if we've got a signature card, we know that they got it. So does that require some type of a motion or just direction to staff?
Well, I think at least staff received the feedback and direction from the council on the process for the transient occupancy tax and the 2 hotels that we have, and that should be an easy fix in terms of improving that process and tightening it up and tightening up the notices,
Right.
because there's only 2. When if we look at the entire business license database, we may need to do some more research into that. I don't know, Linda or Kim?
well, yeah, I
speak
mean,
in terms of the process of the business license renewals that go out. I think that's what Councilmember.
it might not be
was asking.
cost-effective is what I was going to say, Kim, is because I've sent things, return receipt, and it's very costly, and Carrie, I was going to go into that because I have a business license myself, and I'm sure you have to send out hundreds of those, so.
That is correct. Right now, when we send out the initial notices, they are sent through our bulk mail for cost savings. And then when we research when companies become delinquent, then we do send out notices, and then when they are to a certain point of delinquent with penalties, we do send those out registered mail. But by then, it's usually 100 or less people, so the cost is not that extensive. But we are already practicing the process of using registered mail where we get a return receipt.
Great.
That also helps us determine when a business is out of business as well, because we just get the original back and it says they're not.
They don't come in and say, we're out of here?
No.
Okay.
So-
So, my last question for you is, when the businesses receive their TOT, or in the business licenses, let's say, what is the duration of time generally before you become aware of it? And is there anything that we could do to assist you in being able to identify that quicker?
The process in business license, we have really streamlined. Since I've come on board, we've changed a lot of the way we address these to catch them sooner. Because
Right.
again, you're dealing with 1,500 businesses in the city. So we have really streamlined those to catch them sooner rather than later, and we send out usually 2 to 3 notices before they even become late. And then on top of that, we try to send them monthly notices, because every month, the penalty goes up. You know, every month it's a new penalty added
Right,
on.
right.
So in the process now, you know, where staff is a lot more on top of things with business license. Now, the practice in the past with TOT is the first of the year, we send out the quarterly payment schedule every January, which I've already sent to both motels in the city. And that's the process I've been doing since I've been here in almost 6 years. So I have sent those every single year, and I have copies of those that I have sent every year. And they
Sure.
have received those, and they use those. And I have copies of the payments where they mail that in from the form that I did send them.
Great.
So that has been the practice. If council would prefer that we send those quarterly instead of annually, we can change our practice
Right.
in doing that. But usually the motels and hotels know their schedule and when they're supposed to pay, because really, they're a steward of the money, because it's the people who stay there's money that they are paying, and essentially it belongs to the city. And they're already able to sit on it for 3 months and earn that interest before they even pay us. So
What
again,
interest?
yeah.
Tell me the bank that it's in that is going to be worth hanging on to.
So
Let me ask you this real quick. In our other licensing and items that we receive taxes on that would be similar to this, do we have a large amount of people who are delinquent?
I would say no, it's a very small percentage.
Okay.
Because we only have 2 motels. I mean, the smaller one has occasionally been late, you know, and they have paid as soon as I let them know they're late, they pay, and they have paid the penalties.
Right.
Again, it's a much smaller scale, because their tax is so much smaller.
Sure.
So if I could ask
Is-
a point of order, I think this discussion is straying far from the TOT, and I
We're
think it's...
looking for direction for staff. So what I would like to I was ready to finish up, is what I'd like to see is that if potentially in the staff recommendation, since we only have the 2, and they seem to have had problems with remitting on time, maybe if there's a process we can put in place to give them a little bit of a reminder, other than just quarterly, but maybe, like Dean was saying, 30 days before.
I was going to say, it's at the discretion of the city if we do it on a quarterly basis. It could be changed to a monthly basis. That's clearly outlined in the code. It's at the city's discretion.
Okay. Well, so that's maybe something we can bring forward for discussion at another time. Okay, thank you so much for all your input. I'm sorry, Warren, is there something you'd like to add?
Well, I think when we started talking about business license, that was straying far from where we were talking about. And then I guess just personally speaking, to staff, city manager, I would not want to get in your business in terms of that. You have a system that works, a process, you know our expectation. We don't want this type of situation happening if there's a way to catch and correct those. And that's simply put. So as far as for me personally, don't look at this direction on how to change your process. Your process works the way it's supposed to work, and if there's a breakdown and we see more and more of these things that are endemic, then I think we want to address it. But the last thing I want to do is tell you how to run your business. Okay?
Right, and I agree with Councilmember Kuzumoto. I think the reason I was bringing in the business licenses was to see if we had a larger problem with the procedure. We don't have that. So what I'm going to do is right now we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to address item 11A. We are going to begin with item 11A, which is amend the Los Alamitos Municipal Code to increase maximum fines and allow prosecutorial discretion to treat misdemeanors as infractions. Can we get the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. The City Attorney will do the staff report on this one as well.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. In 1983, the state of California increased the maximum fines for misdemeanors from $500 to $1,000. Most cities then amended their municipal codes to increase the fines accordingly. Many cities didn't. And the benefit of increasing it is not necessarily that fines are imposed of $1,000 automatically. Most criminal misdemeanor fines, start lower, a lot lower than $500. but it gives judges discretion to, sometimes they'll impose a fine, and they will hold off implementing it. In other words, if, kind of like one of the proposals tonight, if you comply with your terms of probation over a year, we'll reduce it, or alternatively, if you don't comply, we'll increase the fine. But if it's limited to $500, they can't do that. So this, I went through and I found every section of the municipal code that had a $500 fine, as well as the general section for everything not covered specifically, and called those out to increase the maximum fine to $1,000. The other thing that this ordinance does is we have both misdemeanors and infractions in the municipal code. And infractions, you can't be sent to jail, you can't be fined more than $250 under state law, but you don't have the right to a jury trial, you don't have the right to appointed counsel, and your record is not impacted like it would be with the misdemeanor. So prosecutors often will file as a misdemeanor. It gives them some bargaining chips and will often then agree to accept. Oh, and also you can't be put on probation if you have an infraction. But they'll start out with a misdemeanor and maybe be talked into reducing it to an infraction. They can't do that if the code doesn't allow them to do it. So this amends the code to give the city prosecutor the discretion to charge a misdemeanor as an infraction. I talked to the city prosecutor, and he was all in favor of that. And the fiscal impact is minimal. Fines for municipal code violations are not tremendous. I mean, the amount that's received. In fact, most that are pleaded out result in zero fine, but restitution for investigative costs, so the city gets all that money. If it's a fine imposed, let's say $500, most of that goes to the court system and the state and so forth. The city only gets a small percentage of that. But this just increases the discretion.
Okay, can I ask one point of clarification before I bring it to the council? So what you're saying is if we don't raise it to 1,000, then it doesn't allow them to change them from a misdemeanor to an infraction?
No, there are two different things that this accomplishes.
Okay.
Those are separate.
Just making sure on that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring that back to the council. Anyone? I'll go ahead and go first. I believe this came before us once before. I'm not positive of that, but I'm not in support of raising any fine. I think that the 500 is sufficient. I do support the second part, which is allowing the prosecutor to change misdemeanors to infractions in the appropriate case, and that would be where I would stand on it. And I'll go ahead and pass it on to anybody else in the council who's interested.
So I'll go ahead and go. So if I understand this, so clarification, City Attorney, so what this enables is some, I'll say, leeway for prosecutor or judge. Is that how I understand? And then this is consistent with California law and what other municipalities are doing as well?
Yes, I mean, for 30 years, it's been maximum fine of $1,000.
30 years?
30 years.
Wow. So we haven't really touched this in quite some time.
Right.
In your other cities that you've represented, or your other your colleagues, have they adopted this, or it's already there at $1,000?
Most of they have either adopted it or they've already had it before we became city attorney.
Okay. And then in practicality, then, in terms of, I'll say, charging somebody with a misdemeanor, levying a fine, that gets determined by a judge, or the prosecutor could go ahead and request certain penalties?
Yeah, it's usually a prosecutorial recommendation, and if it's a plea bargain or a sentence bargain, the defendant agrees. If it's not, let's say there's a trial, the defendant is convicted, the judges like to have the discretion. Some misdemeanors are egregious. Some of them are scofflaws who just, thumb their nose at the whole system. I don't know if that's happened in Los Alamitos, but I'm sure it has, because it happens everywhere. And, you know, the judges like to be able to sock it to them occasionally, or sock it to them, but pull it back while they're on probation. You're on probation, you comply with the conditions of probation, then I'll reduce the fine toward the end. So if it's limited to $500, that's the most they can impose. If it starts at up to $1,000, it gives them more discretion.
Okay. Thank you.
Dean?
Well, I learned a new word, and that's insubstantial increase. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
That
How
fines-
about wobblet?
Yeah, that was good, too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's almost a made-up word, but I
You
looked
know,
it up.
I agree with Jerry. I'm not really in favor of raising fines and penalties and things like that on people. Now, that being said, it's apparent that we're behind the times in the process of what we're doing, and I've heard cases where a judge will say, I wished I had greater latitude because I would, you know, put you behind bars for 10 times the amount of time I'm permitted, so you're getting a good deal. I see this more as a tool that can be used by the court and/or the prosecutors to the advantage, and it's not something that the city is going to, you know, substantially receive. In other words, it's not a fine or forfeiture type situation. I think it gives the prosecutors, modern day prosecution, the opportunity. So I've read through it, and I'm in favor of doing it. Again, I don't see it. I'm in Jerry's case. I don't want to raise rates and fees on anybody, but I don't see that as being what this is asking. It's really upgrading the code sections to give them. Now, one question that Councilmember Kuzumoto asked, or maybe I need clarification on, the mayor said I'm in favor of being able to do that. I got the impression that you could only do that if you had the $1,000.
No, the wobblet versus the maximum fine, those are independent.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have any concerns that we're doing something in terms of raising taxes or fees on people. I think it just gives the court greater discretion.
Okay, Richard?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I don't think we're raising taxes or fees on anybody, and you probably have to get before the judge 3 or 4 times before they're going to talk about the maximum penalty anyway, so I like giving them the discretion on both sides of this measure.
Okay. Carrie, if you could, for the public's ability to understand the misdemeanors that these would be lobbying for, what are some of the misdemeanors that we would see here in Los Alamitos, or we have seen here in Los Alamitos, that might qualify for this new increase?
Well, most of them are code enforcement situations, you know, substandard property, and they're usually, to get to court, they are people who just won't do it. I mean, they, because city staff goes through procedures before it ever gets to court. The city prosecutor has an office conference. He explains this is going to be a misdemeanor. If I have to file it, you risk a fine of up to $1,000 per count and jail time.
Per count, okay.
Per count. If you take care of it within 30 days or whatever is a reasonable amount of time, I won't file. You won't have a criminal record whatsoever. So it's a nice hammer to have to secure compliance. And then the other things, I mean, there's a list on page 2 of other kinds of penalties. I mean, it's everything in the municipal code that's not an infraction, but stormwater pollution violations, child safety zones, gambling violations, weapons violations, although most of those are state law, underground utility districts, floodplain management, transient occupancy tax violations, which could be misdemeanors, but again, they never get to that point. There are also administrative fines that can be imposed before it ever gets to court. So these are really for more serious violators, and
Right.
city prosecutor doesn't handle very many cases for the city because there's a lot of voluntary compliance.
Well, that's why I asked you specifically, because the code enforcement for me, and I don't know about the others, when I was walking and campaigning, I had a lot of people who were having issues trying to comply with code enforcement. Some of them had to do with being out of work. Some had to do with becoming disabled. And I think that we are making criminals out of our residents, and then on top of it, per count, we want to charge them $1,000. And I know sometimes in these instances, there can be more than just one count. So we're not talking about $1,000 out the door. We're talking about it could be thousands of dollars. And Brett and I have spoken about some issues that have some inconsistencies with regards to code enforcement. So to me, I want you all to think about this before you move this forward. It may not be a big deal to you, but there are people that I have met out in this community that are struggling, and they do have some issues. They couldn't water their grass, so they were not in compliance, and they were cited for that. I think that we need to be very careful before we stiffen this fine, and you're not talking about giving them $1,000 to work with. You're talking about potentially giving them any number of thousands of dollars, depending on the number of violations that they're cited for. So
Madam Mayor, I agree that that is the case. However, people who don't water their lawn are never fined $1,000, let alone,
it's just an example, Carrie, of
Yeah, I
things
know.
that, things that they cannot afford to do. And I think that we need to be a little bit more understanding with our residents. We're making criminals out of people who are, for simple code violations because they cannot come into compliance. On the other hand, I've talked to people who have dealt with code enforcement. It was a large job. They gave them an extension. This is not an attack on anybody. It's just a problem that we face, and I've already talked to the city manager about addressing that, in this coming year. So I won't belabor it anymore. Any further conversation?
I'll make a motion for the recommended action to introduce by title only City Ordinance 1401, and ask the city attorney to read the title and set the item for a second reading at our next meeting.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, first.
Ordinance 14-01 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, amending various provisions of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code to update misdemeanor fine amounts and to provide for treatment of some misdemeanors as infractions.
All right, we have a first and a second. Thank you for reading that, Carrie. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, no. Passes 3-1. Let's move on to,
Madam Mayor, I probably should have mentioned this before. You're going to have a public hearing at the next meeting, but I don't know whether you wanted to see whether anyone wanted to speak on it.
oh, I apologize. Do we have anyone who would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close. Moving on to item 12A, review of council meeting time limits. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. City Clerk will do the staff report on 12A and B when we get to that as well.
Thank you, City Manager and City Council. On June 17, 2013, the City Council adopted Resolution 2013-09, establishing council meeting time limits and directed staff to bring a follow-up report in 4 months. Provided is a summary of the council meeting times for the last 6 months. Council Resolution 2013-09 established the following time limits. New agenda items shall not be considered after 10 o'clock. At 9:45 p.m., a vote of the council shall determine whether to waive time limits and resolve all agenda items or to reschedule remaining items, and the final adjournment hour of 10:59 p.m. Since adoption of Resolution 2013-09, Council has held 6 regularly scheduled meetings. A brief summary of the time limits were provided in the staff report. Staff has not observed any negative effects since implementation of council meeting time limits. In addition, staff has not received any feedback from the public, positive or negative, regarding the time limits and recommends continuing with the established time limits. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, I'm going to bring it back to council. We've already passed the 9:45 time. Shall I get up and look at that? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not 9:45. No, we're 45 minutes ahead of time. So, okay, so anyone who would like to have any questions regarding this issue or any input?
Since I was the one that originally recommended, I think that it's been working, and I think that we're diligently trying. The intent was to not push things on to late hours. We've had a couple that have gone past that time, and I appreciate the city clerk's indulgence in putting all of this together. The only one that's gone late was for a closed session, which we didn't get into until 11:37. But I think it gives us a guide from where we're going, and I see no reason to not continue it.
Okay, so are you bringing forward a motion to receive and file?
If there's no other comments.
I'd like to comment.
Okay. Richard?
I'd actually like to see this item expanded as to the discussion to, I think the real question is how do we have a more efficient meeting? And I don't know if we can have that discussion today based upon this, or if this is strictly for the resolution about the time.
Carrie, you want to weigh in on that?
I think that discussion of how to have a more efficient meeting would fall under the general rubric of review of council meeting time limits.
Okay, so if my colleagues would be ready to have the conversation or just indulge me while I throw out my ideas, we can always bring it back again. But I think we can do things on a more expedient basis. Three things come to mind. One, I don't see a reason to read the staff report. Everybody here has read it. Two, I'm kind of the feeling, if you don't pull an item, you've already voted yes on the item. So a lot of extra discussion after that point. I mean, the person who pulls the item, maybe multiple people will pull an item to protect their point of view, but if you do not want to pull the item, you have voted yes, because you would allow it to go through. And finally, I would like to find a way that if we know there is consent, that we cut through all the extraneous speaking after that and just vote on it. I mean, you don't go to a business meeting, know what the conclusion is, and keep discussing it. You just you call, is this what we're going to do? This is where we're going? Good, let's go. Let's get on with it.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Can you recap that for us? You want no staff report. If you don't pull an item, that means it's an immediate yes.
Well, you have voted yes, yeah.
Okay.
And
that if there's something that's already reached consensus, then no more dialogue after.
yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
I'll go ahead and bring it back to the other council members. Dean?
I'll weigh in. I think the reading of the staff report is important because the public, both in attendance at the council meeting and watching on TV, sees an item across the bottom of the screen or looks at the agenda and sees a report, but it doesn't give the information. I recall when I first went on the council in 2006 that on a number of occasions, getting input from other members of the council changed my outlook on what I felt. The idea is to come to the meeting with an open mind, to come to the meeting with no preconceived direction. That's kind of our responsibility, I think, as elected officials. So while I agree with you on the fact that we've read it, sometimes that's the method to get it open to start a dialogue or discussion, and sometimes my experiences or your experiences may affect how others see the thing. So I'm not sure, I really appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm not sure that we can, maybe even legally, not get a staff report when we're bringing an item up for discussion. If there's really nothing on the item, and that happens from time to time, we can just take a vote if there's no questions on it. And I would consider, I would confirm doing that. The pulling of items, I pulled items tonight. In fact, the gentleman from the fire authority said I'm on fire tonight because I keep pulling or keep bringing things up. I've actually, and I try very hard to do this, to discuss stuff with staff in advance so that I'm not doing something that catches them by surprise in the process. And in fact, I had a number of items relative to warrants, some of which I got answers on, some of which I didn't, but they're more informative from that standpoint. The discussion regarding the business license, we spent and approved $3,400 tonight on a 2014 business license software upgrade. What does that mean? And it's better that we kind of resolve that, I think, off the dais than on the dais, unless it's something that we feel is egregious enough or warrants further public things. There's times where people feel that if you're not discussing something, you're not doing your job. And I like to believe that I'm doing my job, and I don't want to delay the meetings any longer than we have to. So, you know, your other items on here, and I'm happy to you know, not read staff reports. Again, I take the effort to do that before I come to a meeting, whether it's this body or another body that I'm sitting on. If we don't legally have to do that, and that doesn't, you know, bring up other questions type of a thing, then that's fine. I don't know, City Attorney, can you help?
There is no legal requirement that the staff reports be read. In fact, you know, the consent calendar, the staff reports are not read out loud. They are part of the record, they're public records, and they're available to anybody and everybody.
You might also, on the consent calendar items, when they're pulled, you might consider either asking, if that council member that calls it wants a full staff report, leave it up to the discretion of the council member, or just say any questions, you know, and staff can be available either way. Give a full report or just give a question and answer at the discretion of the council.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take away the right to have a staff report read. I'm just saying, as a matter of course, most times we don't need to do it, in my opinion.
Is that it, Dean? Okay, Warren?
But I guess, so if I can counter to what Mayor Pro Tem Murphy says. So let's say, for instance, tonight I pulled, I was the only one, as far as I know, that pulled G. Then I think to carry your, you know, kind of proposal a little bit further, I'm the only one that can debate it because I pulled it. I reserved the right to have the only discussion on that item, and you all voted yes. I'm not sure that that's what you really mean, but that's kind of the message I hear. Is that, you know, and I'll yield back to you, is that what your intent is?
Not that you're the only one that can debate it, but I want the council to be aware that when you do not pull the item, and maybe I would have pulled the item, if, under those rules, I would have pulled the item also to discuss. But to be aware that the item is pulled so somebody can ask a question, is how I see it. So let's just get to the question. If the person who has pulled the item is satisfied, the others have basically voted yes, so let's just get on with it.
Then I'll go back to my statement. So I pulled G,
Okay.
none of you other pulled it, and so I'm the only one that gets to kind of ask questions of staff. I can just say, I had a question on this, okay, I'm ready. You've all voted yes, and I'm the lone vote.
Well, under the rules that we have now, I didn't need to pull G, but I would have if it was, I'm not trying to make a hard and fast rule in the first place,
Okay.
but I would have pulled G also to say, I have questions also.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, let's just go right to the question of the person who wants to pull the item, or the persons who want to pull the item.
And then sort of that I guess, trying to put my time efficiency hat on, we save, maybe by not reading, maybe a grand total of 5 to 15 minutes of total time? I think the questions are really I think the heart of really what you know, the gathering of the information, the understanding, the gaining of that, you know.
And I'm not trying to limit the questions in any way.
Right.
But I'm thinking the staff report doesn't take that much time, is where I'm kind of going with that. It doesn't take that much time to read a staff. It's not voluminous, right? I mean, it doesn't.
Okay.
But I understand, you know, we sort of kind of set the stage to have the question answer, the interchange of information, and then sort of the debate, if there is indeed more of a debate. But I'm just trying to get, you know, understand what we're trying to, you know, in terms of, you know, I just took that sort of that extreme view, saying I'm the only one that pulled it, so therefore you've all voted yes, and I get to say my piece.
Okay.
So, and so I think we want to avoid that. I think that's not really, I know that's not where your intent is, but, so.
Is that it, Warren?
But in terms of the report, the cutoff, you know, I was guilty of letting things run over, and you know, the last 6 months. And I think as a goal, and you know, I think that if we police ourselves and really make that attempt to take care of the business as efficiently as possible, I think we should continue this process, this policy, and then we'll see. Again, I'd say another 6 months and see if it's still achieving the results that we want. And perhaps, City Clerk, if you can just kind of just give us a maybe a more informal report out, maybe in the City Manager's weekly as to what the thing is, and maybe we want to have it agendized, maybe we won't. But if you can just kind of give us a 6-month, you know, assessment. Okay, with that, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the staff report, I tend to agree with Dean and I believe Warren that there has to be some explanation for the community who's watching so that they understand what it is we're talking about. That's why I always say a brief staff report, because you and I have talked about this, and we do need to try and manage our time, being that we are addressing this item of finishing within a certain amount of time. The pulling of the item, and if you don't pull it, it means yes. My concern with that is, as you, there were other items that I would have pulled that other council members did, so it kind of gets to be more complicated if you're saying, okay, who all wants to pull A, or, you know, do I have multiples on any of these? So to me, the issues that we're facing are our interaction time. And I think that is something that we could address. I don't ever want to limit the council, but sometimes the responses get very, very wordy, or there's like, you know, a lot of framing of issues and historical background. And I think that if we put in not a hard and fast time frame, but give us a guideline to try and have your responses within this amount of time, or your questions answered in this amount of time, I think it just gives us the opportunity to move the meeting along. That's whether or not the council members agree with that is one thing. These things, I think we need to read the staff reports, maybe briefly. If it's something more involved, maybe we go into it a little heavier. Pulling the item means yes. I think that, for me, as the new mayor who's just learning all of this, it gets a little confusing, but I'm willing to do it if that's what the council wants. But I do believe that, as Dean said, sometimes when other council members bring something up, it clicks something in your mind, and then you have a question. Well, if you haven't pulled the item, then you don't get to be part of the discussion. And so I know that's not what your intent was for limiting, but I can see where that might become a problem. The consensus, I'm not sure exactly if you could clarify for me what that is, because if I can be supportive, I'd like to. You said if we're at a consensus, no dialogue at all?
Well, once we know that everybody's kind of said yes, let's just call for the vote and do it.
You can do
You know,
that.
4-1, yeah, but we don't, because everybody had their say.
Yeah.
I think really what I'm trying to get away from is on every single issue, everybody doesn't have to have their say, because if everybody has their say, you have to say something. Or,
You have the right, I think, as she passes it around, to give everybody an opportunity to say, no, I'm fine with it. What happens sometimes is somebody else will bring something up that'll change.
Right.
And because we can't, by Brown Act, discuss this stuff in advance, when you get to the meeting, sometimes you feel like, well, we had a motion and then no second, then we had a counter motion, and then we went back and we had 2-2 on one, then we went back and it was 2-2. You're going to have situations where further dialogue, and I think some of it is like you're trying to sway other members, at least 2 other members, to your thinking in the process. But it gets to a point, which I think as you're getting at, is what we're doing up here is debating it back and forth, and the answer is for any one of us to say, let's just call for the question. And then dialogue stops, we vote up or down, and
But let me caution you on that calling for the question, because that can be used very strategically, too, where only a certain view has been spoken about, and then somebody calls for the question, and the other view is never expressed. So while that's an option, I just don't think that, for me, I'm not going to be doing that to any of you, because I think everyone has their right to questions and to dialogue. But maybe we look at some kind of a restraint as far as time for response. Maybe that could
Let me
limit
just give you an example.
it. Okay?
If everybody gets one chance to speak, and everybody's in agreement, then we make a motion.
Okay?
Then everybody gets a chance to speak again. We've already agreed. That's, I guess, more, maybe we put it on you as the new mayor, that when you sense there's a consensus, maybe we can ask if we could vote.
Okay.
I'm not trying to stop anybody really from talking on each subject, but there are times when we know where we're going, and everybody's had their chance. Because as you know, okay, we get one more round, well, that raises some more issues. Now we go another round. We've beaten a 3-minute conversation into 45 minutes, and we're like, oh, that was item A. We better start having the vote if we're going to continue
Right.
the meeting now. So.
Right. Let me go ahead. Warren?
Yeah, so, but if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, so I think, I appreciate you bringing this up, and I think there's ways we can tighten it, but I think procedurally, what I'm used to is, once there's a motion and a second, we do actually have the debate because we have, the public weigh in on public comment. So I think maybe the order in which we kind of do some of that, we hear from the public, let them say their piece, and it may or may not change our minds or factor into our decision, but I think that's the healthy part of what it is, too. And then, so...
I think that's how we used to do it before, and...
Okay.
I had thought of that possibility earlier in the meeting today. Something had reminded me of that, too.
Okay, so I appreciate, the goal, and perhaps there's other ways we can...
Okay, so maybe what we could do is direct staff to bring back some options for refining the amount of time.
Well-
Yeah, efficiency. Dean, let me just finish real quick, and then you can comment. If we can get some ideas of ways that we might streamline, we can take Richard's into consideration, but I think that we found consensus here that that's not going to be something that they want to do, which is to skip the staff reports. But if we can agendize it, nothing in a large amount of detail, very short staff report, just some options. And then that way the council can weigh on it collectively, and Troy should be here for that too. So I'd like to entertain a motion for,
I'll move to receive and file.
okay, do I have a second? Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
And this clerk has a beautiful red light, green light, yellow light that she could put us on a timer.
My item, exactly. If you remember, I brought this up years ago, but it didn't meet with a whole lot of success. So maybe we're a different council, and different times will yield different results. Now we move on to 12B, procedure of appointments to city commissioners and boards. Can we get a staff report really quickly?
Wendy will do the staff reports.
Mayor and Council, on January 16, 2007, the City Council adopted the current process for appointments to city commissions and boards. At its December 16th meeting, Council requested staff bring forth an item to review the current process and address items including term limits and possible council appointees. In recent months, concerns regarding the commission appointment process have arisen. Staff has researched surrounding cities for alternative appointment processes. Of the 31 Orange County cities surveyed, 7 cities appoint members by a majority vote of the City Council, similar to the city's current process. 5 cities had mayoral appointments with council consensus, and 5 cities had city council appointees. 4 cities had a mixture of the processes. The main items of interest for council consideration were outlined in the staff report. Clear direction should be provided to staff to allow a comprehensive appointment process to be formalized into a policy that will be adopted by council resolution at a future meeting. In addition, depending on council's direction, code amendments may be required to fully implement the process. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the council. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Richard, we'll start with you.
I'd actually like us to consider doing this in a slightly different manner. It's got on the agenda quicker than I ever thought it would. Must be that new city manager guy. I'd like to actually let the commissions weigh in on this as to how they would like to be governed, and any other ideas they have, and then take those ideas and bring them forward to us, and let them look at the term limits, the appointments, how that, we have a lot of good people, and they should get a chance to weigh in as to how they're going to be governed. And I think we could do it in a month and be back here. Shouldn't take that much discussion at the level, but I'd love to see each commission get a chance to weigh in on all these rules.
Okay.
I'll go next. So I know that Councilmember Gross brought this forward, so I do like Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's idea about having the commissioners weigh in, but I think when you say they're governed, actually, this is an appointment process. I think the governance still comes from the council, and the power to remove, serve at the pleasure, but the power to remove, I think, will still reside with us. But I'd like to hear what Dean's going to say on this. I know you brought this forward, and but I do like to the idea of Mayor Pro Tem to get more information from those that are on the commission. So I'll yield back to the mayor.
Okay. Dean?
Okay. I complimented the city clerk earlier that I thought she had achieved exactly what we had asked her to do, and she's come up with that. You know, I think, again, it's one of those situations that we try. I agree with Councilmember Kuzumoto that we are the ones that provide the governance. I don't know that, you know, I don't know that each item and bullet point is something that I want feedback from the commissions for, because I think there'll be some personal entities that are involved, and I think it comes to us. However, to submit something like this to the commissions and say, this is what we're looking at doing, please provide us with any positive or negative comments back that we can consider, rather than giving them the option. So what she's saying on the application process is to say the same as it is with the city clerk. I have no problem with that. The alternate process under the appointment, I tend to look at alternate 1 as opposed to alternate 2 as a better way. That's each council member appoints a member of the commission, and on commissions that have 7 or more, that the whole council weighs in. But if I appoint somebody that's a disfavor with the other, then we make that decision here on the dais in the process. I don't think we need to go to a four-fifths vote needing to be taken against a nomination. I think we need to work together in the process and weigh the positives. On the term, which is the area I think that the mayor had talked about, I think the alternate is a good offer. Same thing on the term limits. On the chairman term limits, I'm not sure in that particular case. Again, you know, to limit the term of chairman, it's the group that makes that decision, and not everybody on the commission is comfortable taking that chair role. I know the intent is that it doesn't stay with the same commissioner for 3 or 4 years in the process, and I think if we set something that's no more than twice during their term, essentially they're going to be in new 4-year terms, and that the chair doesn't serve more than twice in that term. It's up to that commission to select that chair. Absences from meetings, the 3 consecutive meetings, I think maybe too much. I know that's what our current process is, but we're dealing with, in essence, 1 meeting a month. And if they miss 2 or more meetings in a row without an excused absence, then I think we're dealing with an issue that affects the ability of the whole commission to work. So I'm not sure that it has to be a full 3. But I think if we put down the process that we're looking at doing and then send that to the commissions as a discussion item at each commission meeting, we could have something back. Ideally, implementation of this, because we do have to make some changes, I think, in the city ordinances on that. If we put a target to do this in December, when we've gone through an election, we have new or returning council members in the process, that's a good time to look at doing that, and then we implement it from that point forward. I think there's some tweaking on how the other two, on 7-member commissions, how the other two get nominated. But I think she's done exactly what we asked her to do, and I appreciate what she's done, so.
All right. Okay, my likes and dislikes of this is, I agree with the city clerk. We keep the noticing exactly the same. When we talk about applications, they come into the city clerk, we post, it's all fair, it's an even across the board. As far as appointment, I say that we keep it the same as it is. I think that if we, as council members, are going to appoint people, that disallows for a bigger cross-section of the community to be considered. I mean, are we going to, as council members, take in applications for people who want to be appointed by us, and then we're going to vet them, and then we're going to decide which one of those comes before us, our appointee? I think that the process works the way that it is. It gives a fair and balanced way for anyone in this community to serve, even if they don't have any direct connection to the city council, and sometimes that's the better way to go. Let's see. So I would say leave that the same. They're appointed by a majority vote. They come for their interviews, and we decide collectively who should be on the commissions and who we would like to see come back for a different time. The term, I think that, there's always the option for 3 terms. I think there's the option for 2 terms. I think the city council, we have the option for 3, so I think that's fair to give that. And Wendy, are these three-year term limits? I mean, 3-year terms for each term? What's the term duration? Let me put it to you that way. Currently or proposed?
Current.
Currently, they're 3 years. 3 years, okay. So I think that 3 years, if you get 3 terms, that's 9 years. That's a good amount of time to have been able to serve the community. What my interest was for this limiting is because in the past we've had new people come and apply for the commissions, and because we are connected or familiar with the people who are on the commission already, there's a tendency to lean towards the incumbents. And so if we limit the amount of terms, that opens up the flexibility for us to have other options and give other people, again, the opportunity to serve. I think if people are coming forward and saying they want to give their time, I hate to say to them, no, you can't, because we're going to go with the same people we've always had. So I think the term limits are important. I think maybe stick with the 3 years and have 3 terms, and that's a substantial amount of time to serve, and I think you can get done what you want to do in that time frame. And then the chairman limits, I think that the chair should sit for 1 year. And without going into any details, there was a situation where people on a commission were upset because it kept being the same chair year after year after year, and they felt like they didn't want to be disrespectful or argumentative, so they didn't challenge it. So I think if we put in place, you get to serve as chair for 1 year, and then it rotates to the next person, be the vice chair, and then they can elect someone who hasn't been the chair or the vice chair to take that place. That's getting very confusing. Let me just put it to you this way. The chair serves for 1 year, the vice chair rotates in, everyone gets an opportunity. People didn't have the purview if they say, listen, you're nominating me, but I'm not interested, you can pass me over for the chair. That always can stay within, the requirements here, but I think to limit it to 1 time until it goes through the rotation of everybody else on the board, whether they defer or want to keep it for themselves, that is probably, I think, the most fair thing to do. We here on the council have faced that, and I think I can understand firsthand how that is, and I'd like to see that us, we take steps to make this fair on our commission, so we don't have those kinds of feelings like people are being forced into keeping someone that they don't necessarily support. Vacancies. One of the things, if we are going to ask someone to fill a vacancy,
and then they want to continue on, I don't think that vacancy should count as a term. I think that is just something that they're doing a favor for us filling in. So that would be the only time where you would go over 3 terms, is if you filled in a vacancy to help out the city in a time where, you know, they were shorthanded on their commissions. I think that the absence for meetings is very fair, 3 in a row. I think, though, that if you get into a situation where you're having a lack of quorum because someone is, or some group of people are consistently not meeting, then maybe we put in a caveat that if it rises to the level where the commission can't meet because there's no quorum, then we can take steps. But other than that, I like what's already here, and those would be my recommendations. Do you want me to recap those for you, Wendy, or do you understand what I said? Okay.
We postponed one item because Councilmember Ecker wasn't here. I think we need to postpone this one as well to a future meeting so that he has an opportunity to weigh in. From what I'm hearing from you, you would prefer just to leave everything as it is and set a time limit on the chair position. And I saw this as an opportunity to increase representation that was tied to the representation the elected member has. So I differ from that standpoint.
Sure.
But, you know, there's 5 of us, so it's whatever the majority feels.
Well, and just a point of clarity, Dean, or clarification, that wasn't the only thing. There were term limits that were being imposed because we think that everyone should get an opportunity to serve. The time frame, yes, I think 3 years is plenty. I don't think 4 is necessary. And I think that you get into a really slippery situation when you have each council member bringing forward someone that's going to represent their views. The whole idea is that these people are supposed to be independent from us. They come up with recommendations for us, and then we address them if that's applicable or necessary under the code. So I'll bring it back to the other council members. Do you support moving it on to the next meeting so Troy can weigh in on it, or would we like to hear a motion, entertain a motion?
Are we going to consider sending it back to the commissions?
Yes, and that we revise it and then send it back to the commissions to ask for their input. That was the initial request.
Also, we'd vote first and then send it to them?
Well, we're deciding on which ones we think we want to recommend, and then we send it to them to ask whether or not they, you know, have any input on that.
Oh, I thought we were going to send them both alternatives and ask for their input.
Dean, what was your wish?
That wasn't my thought.
Yeah,
There's only one section that has 2 alternatives. Everything else basically kind of concurs with the way our discussion was. And I think sending it to the commissions until such time as our remaining council member has a chance to weigh in on it, it could change at that meeting. So I think we wait until the full council hears it, discusses it, and at that point then, I think that the consensus is that we would like to forward it on, but I don't want to forward it on giving them option A and option B because we're going to be all over the place. I would just rather hear positives and negatives to help us make the decision on what we do.
Okay, so here's the thing. We do this often where we address an item, we decide for a very good reason to table it, it comes back sometimes 2 and 3 times. Richard has talked about making these meetings more expeditious, and I think that this is part of it, the revisiting of items over and over and over again. So I would just like to say, moving forward, if we have an item that we think needs to be addressed by a full council, Dean, and I totally understand what you're saying, let's bring that up at the beginning so that way maybe we don't go through this entire conversation and spend 15 or 20 minutes, and then we're going to go through the exact same conversation for 15 or 20 or 25 minutes when we have the full council. So for me, if you'd have said at the beginning of this, hey, listen, I want to wait until Troy gets back, I would have supported that 100%. But now that we've already spent the time on it, I'd like to see if there's a consensus of the council to move forward with a recommendation, and then it's going to go to the commissions and come back to us anyways, so then Troy could weigh in at that time.
So if I may, so not going down the path of the motion. So after hearing Councilmember Gross talk and kind of give his perspective, I guess I'm trying to, in my mind, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What is the concern we're trying to address? What's the issue? And you know, I think in that regard, Dean, I'm still trying to fathom out what it is that, you know, we're trying to do. So, and perhaps, you know, when I think of the commissions, we've got the personal appeals, we've got LATV, we've got planning, we've got traffic, we've got the cultural arts, and whatever, the Parks and Rec, right? So certainly on this process, I almost don't think about the personal appeals commission. I mean, it's almost a very low-key call to action when necessary, and it doesn't happen very often. So maybe does this process have to apply to all commissions, or do you have one in mind that you're thinking that would have that impact?
No, I'm thinking of all, and maybe I can clarify kind of why I was bringing this up. And there's 9 cities that basically use the council appointee process that she's identified here, 4 that use a mixture, 5 that do it that way outright. We've had commissions where only the incumbents apply, and so it's a slam dunk. We've had people, and I'm one of them, way back on the Traffic Commission where I applied, and I had to go out and lobby each individual council member and say, you've talked about getting more people involved in the community, yet when you get applications, you go with the incumbents. So I'm asking you individually to give somebody else an opportunity, and they ultimately did. I'm thinking that if me as a council member is elected, that if I have the responsibility of selecting an appointee for planning, for Parks and Recreation, or Recreation, I guess is out of it, it's Recreation and Community Services, or something to that. I don't know what your new name is. But if I have that responsibility, if that guy doesn't perform, or you guys don't concur, then it's up to me to find another replacement. And I think we will get more representation when the responsibility comes back to the individual. I recall the first time on council where we would have candidates come in, and because it's a vote across the board here, if 2 people or 3 people wanted that person, if I had encouraged somebody to come in, they wouldn't get there because I'm outvoted. This would give me the opportunity to actually have somebody on a commission that is responsible to me in the process. I would expect them to operate independently and not carry any of my issues or things of that nature forward. But it gives us on at least 5 of the 7 members, it gives us the opportunity to go out and recruit people who want to do it. And there's so many times that we don't have anybody. We had this on planning this time, or not planning, but traffic. The same 2 incumbents applied. Nobody else went out to do it. Well, if those 2 incumbents were from Warren and you would have the option of recommending the 2 of them or getting 2 other people in to replace that. Realistically, if it's done at the time of our term, which is the 4 years, either I would have or the person that replaces me would have the responsibility of bringing fresh blood in. That person may decide, you know, if we did this in December, as an example, that was going forward, essentially all commissions would be, terms would be ending in December, and then we would make new appointments. I would rely on some of those that have experience on the commission to return to the commissions. But in some commissions where it's been the same 3, 4, 5 people all the time, we're not allowing other people to do it. I would hope we get a mix of new people. Part of that mix would be that there's going to be at least 2 people that the whole council would approve. And in theory, the whole council will approve whoever I nominate, whoever Warren nominates, whoever you nominate, or Richard nominates, it's the kind of a situation that we all then have a stake in making sure that that's there. To me, that's more representative, and they know that they're there for the 4-year period. And if they miss meetings, it's up to us to find out what's going on in the missed meetings and to make sure that we have that. You know, maybe the opportunity between now and the next time we discuss this, and I apologize, you're 100% right. I should have simply said, I think this needs to wait until we have everybody here, because we will wind up going back through it again. My bad, and I apologize. But I'd like to see the boards, we don't have that many new people that come in. And I think it puts an onus on us individually to bring people through. I don't see it as a reward mechanism because somebody worked on a campaign. It could be, but I don't see it as that basis. I think if I'm appointing somebody to Recreation and Community Services, then I would want somebody that fits into that field. Repeatedly, we've been saying on cable TV that everybody on cable TV is you know, very knowledgeable on cable TV. That, you know, we know that's not true. And so is that something, again, that us making individual appointments would give us a better quality and better continuity from the standpoint of the ones that we have? That was more what my thinking was.
Okay, so I'm just going to briefly address some of the things you said so we can move this forward. We're not rehashing it. I do agree that we...
May I, just in the process here, if there's consensus to hold it, maybe we hold off on all of this at this point and just...
Well, let me read these items, and then we can see if we'll reach a consensus to do that, okay? Dean's right, there's been times where we haven't had anyone apply, but I think that has to do with the term limits that we're talking about here. The incumbents are many times reappointed, and so people stop applying because they've come and applied. I know we had Elliot Singer who came and applied 3 times, and luckily, he had a big enough desire to serve that he came back, and he now is on one of our commissions, and he does a great job. So I think the term limits address no one applying because the incumbents are not guaranteed ongoing, you know, indefinitely. You talk about us bringing forward an item. You and I each have someone, and so does Richard, on one of the commissions, but if we were to bring forward a person, we couldn't do that because that would be a conflict. You can't bring forward your wife or my husband or his sister. So I think that you need to think that through when you talk about whether or not, you know, we want to be self-appointing these people. And I think that the very last thing is you can bring people forward to apply for these commission positions. All you have to do is tell them, hey, listen, if you're interested, go and put in an application, come before the council, be interviewed, and then as a collective, we vote. And I just think that that's the best way to do it because then it's the responsibility of all of us. I don't like the idea of I'm going to have a commissioner or a group of commissioners answering to me. That's not my intent. So with that, I'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to pull this, yes, pull it until a future meeting so that Councilmember Edgar can be here?
I'll also move.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
I think we need to address this and move on with it. Let's hash it out. That's what we're here for. We're approaching the 9:45 time limit. Wendy, what's the process? I just polled the council members to see if they're comfortable. Are we comfortable with calling it at 10? We do have the closed session item, or do we extend? Richard?
Well, I would extend.
Okay.
But, go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right.
You can go ahead.
I think we can solve this if I can ask Warren one question.
Sure.
And Warren, how do you feel on the appointments? You like the current process, or you like the alternatives?
I think the current process is something that works. I'm always interested in ways to improve and efficiency, increase efficiency. But in the path that I understand where Dean's coming from, but I think we end up politicizing the commissions by doing what he's doing. And as I think about this, perhaps when we look at this may be a reach, but how does the President of the United States get his appointees, right? And it goes through some rigorous process and probably real painful and, in front of the Senate and that type of thing. And maybe if there's a hybrid in this where we can offer up a candidate and say, do we have 4/5, a supermajority vote? And if not, why not? And again, but that gets to be pretty ugly as well. So, I understand the desire because of the experience you had, and perhaps in the case of Commissioner Singer, if he wasn't, if he didn't have perseverance and just, that stick with it-ness, he might not be with us. But, these things are kind of, I'll say, at times political in terms of appointments. And I think we end up perhaps putting our appointees, if we go down that path, into some interesting predicaments that may be the unintended consequences. So I am not comfortable with moving out on this as it's cast to say, send it to all the commissions. Maybe if we focus on one of the commissions and say, what do you think about this? And we get some honest feedback, and there's the things that we're not thinking about. You served on a commission, however briefly. I served for 4 years. Dean served for how many years? I mean, I think the commissioners go and do the job that they're chartered to do faithfully and without the biases. I think when we introduce this type of thing, there is that potential, and I think we want to be careful of that as well. So I'm not ready to say, let's send it to them.
Then why don't we just vote on each of the separate items?
I think that's fine.
I'm not comfortable in doing that either. So, I mean, but again, there's certainly, the ability to make motions and, certainly get
Okay.
the second, but.
So let me make a motion and see where we get with this, trying to get this finished up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't poll the rest of the council. Are you in favor of extending if we need to?
I can extend.
Okay, Dean?
I don't think we need to. I mean, we've spent 20, 25 minutes on this at this particular point. If we're, if we can't reach a consensus, which we're not able to do at this particular point, the answer then would be up to staff to decide whether or not we bring it back. We're even numbers, so we're not going to be able to get there in the process.
That's not necessarily true. We reached a consensus earlier on the amount of money that we wanted to charge the hotel owner. So, Carrie, we have 3 people who are comfortable with extending. Is that enough of a vote, or does it have to be unanimous?
I think it's just 3.
Okay, majority. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote to extend, and Dean will move quickly to try and get this done in the same amount of time anyways, okay?
I'll make a motion that we keep the current process, that term limits remain at 3 years, that we do add term limits of 3 terms for the commission members, with the caveat that we add in there, if opposed, no commission member shall serve for more than 3 terms. If you're willing to serve and nobody else applies, you should be able to stay on the job. I also would like to strike the part of the alternative process for term limits that says somebody who has served, who's termed out on one commission can't serve on another. That's not really, the goal is to get fresh people in, but if I don't want to preclude somebody from continuing to serve. So-
Okay, so, and I'm kind of on board with you on that, so
Okay.
let me ask you this. If there are other, can the caveat read that if there are no other interested parties,
Right.
then a commissioner can serve an additional term?
Right, yes.
Beyond
I was going to say,
that.
if opposed, they can't serve more than 3 terms. So if they're unopposed,
Okay.
they can stay on. Chairman term limits, I think, are very important, that we do have it for 1 year. Everybody doesn't have to do it, but I just think you need the rotation. People don't want to challenge the commissioner. The vacancies would remain how they're still handled now. And then the absence, I would live with what the code says. I think we could do better, but since we'd have to change the code, we're not prepared to do that. I could live with that.
So let me ask, Richard, would you consider, when you talk about the three-year term limit, right? So
Yes.
in 9 years, they're done. They can't serve on another commission for a period of, would you accept 2 years unless unopposed for another commission?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they should have to wait at all if they're unopposed.
Well, no, I'm saying if they're
If
They can't
opposed?
apply unless they're unopposed. What I'm saying is, I think that there needs to be a duration of time to give other people the opportunity to come in and apply. So 2 years, they have to wait to reapply, and then they can be on for another 3 terms, correct?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to keep people's interest for that long. I mean, I would rather just keep it at a year then. You know, if they're, but we're going to confuse people then, I believe, as to how, you know, what the process is.
Except for, and I'll give you, the commissioners tend to be far more informed than maybe the average resident. And so we're very clear when we say to them, you're signing up, you're a commission, you've been appointed, you can serve for as many as 3 terms, 3 years each, but then you have to take a little break and give someone the opportunity to serve if there's an interest by that commissioner,
Well, yeah,
and no
that's
one
what I'm
else
saying.
is interested, then we can address that.
All right.
Okay, and I agree, so I would just like clarification on the motion. Wendy, what do you have? Let me see if I can recap it. To leave the appointment process the same, we're going to give all members the opportunity to serve 3 terms at 3 years apiece. No commissioner can serve, help me out with this, Rich. right
Well,
here.
first of all, if unopposed, if opposed, you can only serve 3 consecutive terms.
Right,
But if you apply and you're the only applicant, then you could serve
an additional.
an additional terms. Terms, yes.
Well, what if we said an additional term?
Term, fine.
Okay, and we limit it at 4.
Okay.
And then we want to have a 2-year break to give new people the opportunity to come forward and apply and serve on the commissions, unless, of course, there's no one applying for that, then a commissioner who's already served their term limit can apply. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And on the chairman, you get to serve once. People can opt out if they want to, but that there's a fair and balanced rotation.
No, that's not my motion about the
what did you
rotation. I just say you can only serve a year, and you could come back, you could serve year 1 and 3 in my mind, but you have to break it up. You can only
Okay.
serve 1 year at a time.
Okay.
And I doubt anybody's going to become chairman and then go to vice chairman right away. So it'd probably be,
It
would
does
take,
happen.
it does, but it probably would take 4 years on average to get back in.
Okay, so.
I don't want
clear
to
on
put the
that?
rotation in stone.
Okay. And then the vacancies you were comfortable with?
Yeah.
The one thing, Rich, if a commissioner is filling a partial term, that doesn't count as a full term
that's
as
fine.
far as
Yeah,
they're, okay.
that's-
That way, you know, they're not getting cheated out of maybe 2 years at a time. And then we keep the absentee from meetings the same. Like you said, it could be tightened up a little bit, but in an effort to get this through. So that's the motion, and I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
I want to just make sure I'm clear on the motion.
Sure.
So it's appointments as is, so majority vote, the whole process. And so the new things we're introducing in the motion are really the term limits.
Right.
And then the chairman serves only 1 year.
Right.
The chairperson. And so I will just say that for those that haven't really served, full terms on there, I think this is just, kind of limiting that, and you may find people that want to be the chair and they're not going to, want to serve. So I think you end up trying to, fix a problem that's really not there. So I'm really having a trouble with this whole motion. I think we went from one end of the spectrum that says we get individual appointments, sort of almost carte blanche, and then now we're saying, let's keep it as is, but now we're going to tighten up certain things that I don't know that we need to tighten those up. So is there, again, what's the problem we're trying to solve with the three-year term limits? Has there been someone serving far too long, and
We've had people who have served as much as 11 years, and not that we're trying to discourage that, but my intent with bringing this forward was,
Yeah.
Warren, we've had new people who have come and applied, new people that, are just simply interested because they're community members and they want to give back, and yet we defer and go with the incumbents, which sometimes there's a benefit to that, and I understand that. But at some point, if those incumbents are not limited to a certain...
If I may have the floor, so it's my floor, I'm sorry to interrupt, so I want to go on some other, I know I yield back, but I'll take back the floor. So the problem we're trying to solve is somebody who has served a 10th year or an 11th year and reappointment. So I'm going to bring up again my favorite commission, the personal appeals. I think there's people that serve there a long time, and so now they have basically very little activity, maybe once every 18, 20 months, if that.
Mhm.
And so after 9 years, we say, you can't serve anymore? Or
No,
after
that's not
12
what
years?
we're saying.
After 12 years, you can't serve anymore.
No, we're saying after
12
9 years.
After 12 years, the fourth term, goodbye, don't come back.
No, what we're saying to them is, if you're interested in serving, you can go to a different commission as long as there's no opposition. Because what we're trying to do is give everyone in the city that comes forward the opportunity to serve. And that hasn't been the case in the past. And I don't think that there's been any mischief in that. I think it's just we have a tendency to go with incumbents, much like when we're elected. People go with the incumbents because that's what they're familiar with. And all I'm saying is we have good people coming forward. When I asked to extend these commissions to a larger number to accommodate, because I said, listen, if we have people who are interested, they have new opinions and new ideas and new visions, let's adjust them to where we have the flexibility from 5 to 9 or 5 to 7. It was unanimously pretty much voted down that we didn't want to increase the size of the commissions. Okay, so we've got people who are coming who want to serve, but we're going with the standard of the people that we already have. And if we put these in place, then it gives other people the opportunity to serve. And those commissioners can still serve on different commissions if their will is just to really serve the community.
Okay, I understand. So again, I guess the part that really I have trouble with is limiting the chairperson, position to 1 year. I think that we're now getting into an area of I'll say constraints and policy when it really should be up to that body. And I'll give my experience on the Traffic Commission. For 3 years that I served, I came in I think midway through the beginning of my term with the same chairman because he did a great job and we all liked it, and that's just the way it works. So if I think trying to think back to that experience, if any one of us had to step up, I think it would have been just a big disaster.
Well, I don't think, Warren, if you'll give me the opportunity to weigh in on that, I don't think that we're saying that anybody has to be the chair or has to be the vice chair.
You missed my point. So if the gentleman that was willing to serve as chair for 3 years had to be kicked off, it would have been, that second year would have been a disaster. It would have been a leadership void is what would happen.
Well, and if you'll allow me, I had the floor
hang
and you interrupted me, Warren, so let me finish my thought. And what I was saying was there were commissioners that came to us that felt like there was a situation that they were asking for our help because the chair continued to be the same person. And so instead of putting them in a position where they're going to be at opposition with each other because there's no guidance from us, this gives us the opportunity to say you can serve as chair for 1 year, and then if the others want that person to stay, they can defer any kind of recommendation for the spot. We've already said that. If they choose to not accept the recommendation, then you can end up getting back to the chair, but at least it goes through the will of the commission to have that person be there for more than 1 year. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do I have the floor back?
Sure.
Okay, so I've served on a commission, and it's a very democratic process where we elected the chair and the vice chair, and it went through the whole process. So I think for us to step in there and dictate this, I think that's a mistake. So that's all I'm going to say on that part. I have been there, done it, and I understand the situation which you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
There are remedies, and it happens, but I don't think anybody was holding a gun to those commissioners' heads to make the votes they made. So if someone had to step up and be there, be the chair, that's what they needed to do. So that'll be just kind of where I'm at. So
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Richard, Warren has had some input on this. Are you interested in changing your motion, or do you want to leave it the way that it is?
We could make the chairman term 2 years.
Okay.
I mean, I ran into the opposite of Warren, when I was there and since and before, as it turned out. But if somebody wants to serve 2 years in the commission, is fine with that. It's fine with me.
Okay. Warren, is that a good enough compromise for you?
no, I don't think we ought to be limiting, but that's okay. Call the question.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. All in favor of the recommended motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
No. Okay. So we have 2-2. So let's go back and look at this. Warren, is the only stumbling block you have the chair limits?
I think the four 3-year terms. Again, what are we introducing?
We said 3 3-year terms.
4-year 3-year terms if they run if there's unopposed, right?
Right. 3, and then if they're unopposed, then it's a 4th year.
So automatically they get 9 years of appointment.
No, not automatically. They still have to come forward and be interviewed, but they can serve no more than 3 or 4 if they're unopposed. You know, I liken it to the city council. We have term limits. We have a certain amount of time to bring our vision to the council and to the staff and to the city and try and see it through to fruition within that time frame. That's really all I'm saying here. And then that way, again, it gives the opportunity for new people in the community to stand up and say, hey, listen, I'd like to serve my community as a council member. Now it's my time. Someone's terming out, and it's a chance for me. So I don't see that this term limits is all that extreme, considering the council falls under the same kind of recommendation that we're making now as far as time frame. Dean, did you want something?
So in reality, we're back to what I had talked about before, and that's the council member appoints somebody and they're to that term. If that person doesn't get reelected, they're done and off the commission. You know, we're discussing a lot of stuff
No,
without...
Dean, that's not, just...
We're discussing things that we're not fully equipped to discuss. We have one commissioner that served a number of years on the Parks and Recreation Commission, went off that commission, and he's been on planning as long, if not longer. His attendance wasn't completely consistent on Parks and Recreation. That's fine. It comes back. How many commissioners do we have that fit into that category? I don't think we know. How many commissioners are out of a 11-month period of meetings have 11 months of attendance versus there's other issues that they don't. They've missed 3 meetings, they've missed 2 meetings. At the approach we're taking with 3 consecutive meetings, you know, I could miss every other meeting and still not call into the situation. Well, that's not, from the standpoint of us appointing people, the same thing. We've had, I just don't think we have the full understanding to be doing some of the things, and what we're doing is, instead of looking at this as a whole and trying to come up with a reasonable solution, we're piecemealing. So let's take item 1 and we'll fix that, and then we go to item 5 and we'll fix that, because item 4 we don't have a full consensus on. I think we're going to be continuing here back and forth, and we're not going to come up with something that's acceptable for everybody that's on the group. And I don't know, you know, when I brought this up, it was because I thought there was a better way to select commissioners and increase participation from that standpoint. You brought up the one issue about Richard, yourself, and myself. We couldn't appoint. I wasn't on the commission or on the council when my wife was appointed to planning, and she was reappointed, but this board made that decision and I sat out on it. So I think when we make appointments, a lot of it has to do with the decision process of applicants that come in and their ability to function and perform. We've also got other situations where we feel that maybe some of these commissioners have gone above and beyond what they were expected to do and have created concerns. That's where we need to bite the bullet and take some type of remedial action, either with the individual commissioner or, you know, there's been accusations that one chairman didn't pacify the council, so he got booted out, and somebody else didn't do this and he gets booted out. You know, those are bad things to do. They send wrong messages politically. They send wrong messages from the standpoint of the community, what we're hoping to get. I'm not sure we have the capability to resolve this tonight. As much as you'd like to, I just don't think we do.
Well, let's do this. There are some things that we agree on, and I'm flexible. I'm not looking to force this down anybody's throat. That was never my intent. But as Richard said, we've got some items, and it's not piecemealing. It's actually taking section by section. We can vote on the ones that we agree on, and then we can go one more chance to see if we can come up with some kind of a process, unless, of course, We don't want to do that and wait for Councilmember Edgar. That was not what we said. We said we wanted to move forward. So if we take the appointments, the current process, can I get a consensus, Carrie? Is it okay if I poll the council as to whether or not they support that? Okay. The current process is what has been recommended by Councilmember Murphy. I agree. I like the process as it is now. Councilmember Kuzmoto?
I'm okay with the current process as far as appointments, so
Okay.
the application, interview, and then majority vote by the council.
Okay, so,
Would you like me to make a motion on that one issue?
yeah, let's see what Dean
All
says,
right.
just to give him his
Sorry.
fair voice. Dean?
Yeah, I'm not.
Just a yes or no.
I'm not, because I brought this forward.
Okay, okay.
And can I ask one other question of the city attorney, because this has bothered me for some time. When a vote is requested by the council, it's requested that we make that vote and we do it in public for transparency purposes. The process that we follow isn't really transparent, because we get a ballot from the city clerk that says, of each one of us, of the two that have applied for this, which one do you want? And then we come back and I've got indications of support of 3 for this one, indications of 2, and at that stage, then somebody makes a motion and we do that. To me, that's not transparency, that's a secret ballot. And it becomes an up and down vote that the people sitting in the audience, the applicants, have a right to know who said yes and who said no.
Secret ballots are permissible for appointments like that. Whether the council wishes to change it so that it's not secret, that's an option that the council can implement.
Okay, so now, Carrie, we have 3 in support and 1 against. Would we
Well,
take?
I think a motion is the way
Okay,
to go
so
on
go
each,
ahead.
on each part.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adopt alternative process number,
Wait.
the current process.
Current process.
Yes, sorry.
We're getting a little tired
For
here.
applications, we're talking that one
For
paragraph.
for appointments. Applications, I think we're in agreement on.
Yeah, it's all,
Okay?
So for appointments, that I make a motion that we stick with the current process.
I second. All in favor? Aye.
So I have a, so we have a process in place, and we're going to vote to keep the process in place. Is that kind of the motion?
Yes.
And if I should choose to vote against it and it doesn't pass, we're still going to have the process, right?
Well,
But you're
this-
reaffirming
Well,
that.
but play along with me, right? I mean, so I mean, if we have a stalemate in the vote, 2-2 again, the process doesn't change.
Not at this meeting.
Okay. So it's almost kind of like the process, the motion and the second is sort of useless, unless it's just to reaffirm the current process.
Well,
I
I
think
think
that's
that's why
what
the
we're
mayor,
doing.
that's why the mayor took a straw poll before the motion was made and got 3 votes, and so the motion was made, and if you want to change your vote on that, I suppose you're entitled to.
Well, let me, if the mayor may indulge me, then where is this going? So we're going to start going piecemeal?
Well, that was the idea behind this, was
Okay,
that we're going to come up with alternatives.
Then I will tell you right now, I will vote no, because I'll just say, the process as it exists now, without any other, the other term limits for the chairman, and a maximum of 4 term limits for the, I don't support that. I don't support that right now. I won't support that. So then I'll say, let's just end it now. I'll vote no.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we are not going to get anywhere with this. What we'll do is we will, what do you recommend? Bring it back?
Yeah. Bring it back at the next regular meeting,
Okay.
non-adjourned meeting.
Could I maybe try something else here, of suggesting that this go back to staff after listening to all of the dialogue back and forth, and try to come back to us with some type of a modification? I think the clerk did an excellent job of doing this, but come back with some modification that gives us fewer choices but follows what the consensus of the group up here is, and I'm not in the consensus at this particular point. I'm not sure that...
I don't think there's any consensus. That's the hard part.
Okay,
But
well, then the answer, I guess, would be is to direct it back to staff to bring it back to us at another meeting.
okay, so back to what we recommended before.
And if I may then, just as a suggestion, I think we've got some good ideas. I think they need to be thought a little bit further through, and perhaps if Councilmember Gross can at least provide a little more input to the city clerk to help shape the thing, and on the other side, if it could be either Mayor Pro Tem or the mayor to provide the inputs. And I think that way we'll get more of that sort of that working. And I hate to put you in that position, city clerk, but if you can just take some input and maybe kind of tighten things up, because I think what I feel like we're trying to do is design on the fly, and it really bugs me to have to design on the fly, and I don't like that. It's going to have some unintended consequences that will be something we just don't think about. And I think if we can step back and think about it a little bit more and provide some constructive input, then maybe come back and give us something we can really sink our teeth into.
If the council would entertain, maybe you want to appoint an ad hoc committee where I could work with two of you to try and fine-tune it. I'd be more than happy to give it a shot on my own.
I think
but-
that, Wendy, I think that you've seen the two motions that were brought tonight. I mean, I think that Dean has expressed his interest in having things in certain of the, certain ones, which was the appointees and such, brought forward with that. There's another alternative of keeping it the same. I mean, I think we're really just going to readdress this again in the exact same format, but nevertheless, you got the idea from the motions. I don't think an ad hoc is necessary. So if we could just get the items that we brought forward as motions included in on that, that would be good. And if you need clarification, tell us now and we'll clarify for you.
I recommend that you work with Councilman Edgar to come up with
If
modifications.
Warren's vote is to keep things as they are, is why he's voting no, is just to keep the process as is, why do we bring it back at all? We've already spent an hour. We decided that we're kind of split on some of the term limits and stuff. We did get a 3-1 consensus on the appointment. If we're going to keep things as they are, let's keep things as they are.
No, the other option, from my perspective, again, kind of lobbying for a little bit what I tried to bring forward, there's apparently 9 cities that use a mixture, or 4 cities that use a mixture, 5 that use council appointments. Maybe if we looked at their programs and what they do, and it's actually out in writing in front of us rather than us trying to create it or recreate a wheel for that matter, maybe we would find something there that fits all of our needs and addresses it. Maybe if we are starting with something like that, it might help.
We
I
could
support-
expand it. I mean, we could bring back basically the same item with the full council here and expand on examples. If that, I mean, that may work to give additional background information on what some of the other cities
I
are doing.
agree.
and
I
it's
agree with
fully
Richard.
factual.
You know what? There were items that were brought forward by Dean. There were items that were brought forward by myself. I'm willing to leave it as it is. If we think that everything's working great, then let's leave it like that, because I don't want to see this come before the council and spend another hour doing this again. I just, it's being held hostage, and I'm fine with that. Let's keep it the way it is and move on. This item's been discussed at exhaustion. So my recommendation is we just vote against the recommended action. Let's see what we have. So let's see.
You can vote to receive and file, and then it just moves on.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to receive and file, or can I just do that unilaterally?
If there's no
on my own?
objection.
Okay, any objection to receive and file?
Objection. Second.
Okay, so we're going to receive and file. Council comments? Who'd like to go first?
I'll go ahead and go, if I may. Let me get my notes. There was a meeting with the fire authority that I attended, and it had to do with the preliminary stages of labor negotiations. So we had a briefing from the labor negotiator, and it was very informative. So it caused me to ask some questions of the city manager in terms of the Fair Labor Standards Act and that type of thing. So those things are interesting. I attended State of the City, and I want to compliment the mayor and the city manager and the chamber as well, and thank them for putting that on. And it was a very good event. And let's see, I was invited to the Spin Pizza, I guess, the training run of the staff, and I thought that was just a very, a wonderful evening there. I would have liked to spend a little more time, but we were a little pressed to get onto the basketball game at the high school. But it's a very nice venue. I encourage the members of the public to go and patronize that. It's a fun place. And I also attended the grand opening of the 7-Eleven by my house and by my neighborhood, and really appreciate that this business has come in, and it's just a nice resource to be able to get that quick snack or refreshment, and just a good member of the community. So those are things I was able to do, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Dean, do you want to go next?
I'll be happy to go next. I'd like to mention again that the meetings and events and activities that I've attended, similar to most of the council, are on the website of losal.net. You're welcome to obtain that at that place. I believe council is aware that I did go to the interview process with the PIA, and I appreciate council's effort. They were set to interview 7 people. 1 person dropped out, so they interviewed 6. They offered it to Carol Chen, I think is her last name, from the city of Cerritos, and she accepted that position. One thing I was told was that the last opening they had 14 people apply, and that of the 6 that they talked to, 3 were left over from the prior process. So it was an interesting process to go through some interesting questions, and I think I alluded that in the report that I sent back. I had the opportunity with the chief today to go over and visit Ed Bremmel, who's one of our residents. Has been to council meetings on a regular basis and usually tries to keep our feet to the fire on things that we're doing. And I'd report that he's not in super good health. And he's been in and out of the hospital, and asked that I just report back to the community that he still cares a lot about the city, and he would appreciate any prayers that people wish to pass in his direction. On that same vein, I'd like to report that former city council member Alice Jimsa, when she returned home after attending the State of the City meeting, she found that her husband Marv was in medical distress, called 911, and he was taken over to Long Beach Memorial Hospital. He's currently at Memorial Hospital. He wound up having some surgery for some internal issues, and he's still in the hospital and is recovering, but will be there for a while and not able to accept visitors. So if you would keep Marv and Alice in your prayers, that would be great as well. Request for city manager. We had a presentation tonight from the promoters of the Sugar Beet Festival. This particular event occurred last year before your watch started, and there was a lot of questions raised, and it conflicted with other events. They mentioned that their June 6th date has pretty well been vetted, and there were issues regarding costs the city provided. The city demanded an upfront deposit for police services, I believe. There were limited street closures that occurred. It sounds to me like they're requesting to close Bloomfield at various points for this year, since they're going to start it, I guess, at Laurel Park and then move west. I would encourage some transparency, because a lot of questions were focused to me that they encouraged nonprofits to sell tickets, and the nonprofits would keep a portion of that proceeds, and the balance of that would go toward the Sugar Beet Festival account, whatever that happens to be. And I've heard no reporting of how much the cost of the event was to the promoters. They are a nonprofit, and I think they have that obligation to report that upon request. And there was no reporting on I think she mentioned tonight that they had 30 nonprofits that participated, and I'd kind of like to know how much each of those nonprofits garnered out of this, because it's an event that is manpower intensive both for them and for the city. And if we're going to do this on an annual basis and make it an annual event, I think we need to kind of have a better feel for the benefit to the recipients of that particular event. So in the interest of transparency as we move forward to that, as the staff completes to discuss this with them and their needs, some type of transparency report back. It can be in the staff report. Doesn't need to be an agendized item unless the rest of the council wants it. And then lastly, if you could put in one of the upcoming reports that you do, I'd kind of like a status on negotiations that are occurring with our employee groups. I know we had agreed to keep the prior interim city manager on board to kind of head that up. I'm not sure where we are on that, but I'd kind of like to know how we're progressing, particularly in the amount of time that's involved. And I know, I know we didn't go over his time in the last calendar year, and I assume a new calendar year, but I'm not sure what PERS requirements are, because I don't think you can continue to do that on and on and on and on. So just so that we don't find ourselves in a problem, I would like to make sure that we're kind of following up on that. I'm very supportive of closing the meeting in honor of Esther Mejia. She resided on my block and was a big influence in the Old Town West area, and I was at her home the day that she passed away, and I also attended her ceremonies and the celebration that they had at St. Isidore, so I'm very much in favor of closing the meetings in her name and the other gentleman, the long-term resident that we had. So thank you.
Okay, you got 2 seconds, Rich.
Okay, I'd like to, first of all, congratulate the people of the St. Isidore's Committee and to show what a small group of very, very, very determined people can do. It was a long fight, and I congratulate them on reaching their goal. Many of us all went to the same events. The State of the City, I'd like to thank General Jones, Michelle Steele, and our neighboring city council men and women who were able to attend. I also attended the State of Garden Grove today. Nothing really out of the ordinary to report. Did want to thank Spin Pizza for their hospitality. I think they're a great addition to our city. And congratulate our girls volleyball team one more time. To make the state finals is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing, I think, for most people, and sure will be memories they will never forget. And we'd be remiss if we didn't also make a comment on their fans, who are the most rabid fans I've ever seen in a sporting event, and I'm sure were instrumental in their success. I would like to ask if the council desires that the next closed session include a public session where we allow the city members to also come and tell us what they feel their goals for the city that we should be considering are. So in effect, hold a public comment before, and then that would allow us to go into the closed session with having heard from the public. With that, I'm done.
Great. I'm supportive. Richard talked to me about that prior to this meeting, and I think it's a great opportunity for the community to weigh in, but also get to see you on a personal level. I'm going to be real quick. I attended the 7-Eleven. The Patel family was awesome. They put on a great event, and I wish them prosperity and the best of luck in their business. Also attended Spin Pizza. Food's great. Encourage you to try it. I attended the vector control. The one thing I will say is that I made a request at the end of the meeting for reasons of consistency for Vector to provide a small, brief data input for us to come back to report out to the councils, but it be collective across the entire county of Orange, because if just little bits of information get out to the different communities and it's not consistent, I don't think we garner the same kind of support. So we're doing it collectively with that report, and we should be getting that right after the next meeting. I wanted to say thank you to the fire department. We had an issue over on Catella next to McDonald's, and it was a fire. They were able to get it under control very quickly, but what I did express to the representative here tonight was that they contacted us and made us aware of that, and I really appreciate their extra effort to go above and beyond to let us know what's happening. I did get calls from community members who said, hey, did you know that there's a fire? So just, kudos to them for going that extra step. The state of the city was great. It was a little nerve-wracking, but it went, I think, without a whole lot of hitches, and all the other speakers were very friendly and very supportive. The school district and Sherry Kropp as the outgoing chamber president, and it was overall a great event, and I wanted to say thank you to the council members to show up and support. It made it a lot easier. So with that, Chief Mattern, we've had a request because of some of the items that have addressed the city with regards to the break-ins over in the Greenbrook area. I know that we've had issues like that in the past, so there have been people who have asked if we could do a small report if there's something that we see a trend or a consistency happening. Maybe it's not in one neighborhood, but it's in the other. That way we can give the people a heads up and they can act collectively together as a community to maybe be a second set of eyes and ears for you. So if we could get a little report out at the end of each meeting of pertinent things that you think need to be discussed, or if there's nothing that's on your radar, then we'll move it on to the next meeting. But if we can have that, I think that gives the second option or another option for the information to be disseminated throughout the community. Okay? Sure. All right, thank you. City Manager, any items?
Just thanks to the council and the community for the State of the City, and the mayor did a really good job with that. And it's airing on LA TV, my understanding that it is now. It was filmed and it's on there. And the race on the base is going to be on February 22nd, as mentioned earlier, but it'll be mentioned again at the next regular council meeting. And thank you very much.
And let me say, Brett did a phenomenal job for his part of the State of the City, and it was nice to have you up there, Brett.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank also staff for putting, Steve for putting it together and doing a lot of really good work on that as well.
City Attorney?
Nothing other than to request that the council adjourn into closed session to discuss item 3B, which is significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subsection C of section 54.956.9, two potential cases, and also to remind you that we are adjourning to an adjourned meeting at the end of tonight on January 27th at 6:00 p.m.
Okay, great. And since no one will probably be here when we come out to close, I'd like to mention that we're closing in memory of Esther Mejia and also Frank DeLeon, two very long-time members of the community who have passed away. Go ahead and recess into